stars where the rivers flow, chasing the stars with a fearless stride. My funded futures take me worldwide. My funded futures light the way, breaking through night into brighter days. My funded TV shows the scene, living my life like a vivid dream. The clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way, breaking through.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to MyFunded TV, the best trading stream in all of YouTube land. And to my left, we have Bull Barbie, the eternal optimist. She's so bullish, she probably cheers when the grocery bill goes up. And on the other side, we have Nick Does Futures, who is a true market magician. One moment, you see his account, the next moment, it's gone. And of course, we have me, the only trader who managed to turn stop losses into lifestyle choices. But let's welcome our mods, Abhishek, Danny, and Magnus as well. They truly keeping in line our chat and swinging the banhammer like almighty Thor after getting some snacks and a 2-hour nap. But truly, without them, the chat would be like a stock pump group mixed with a dating application. But the real stars of the show are you guys in the chat. You are the real stars. Half of you are absolutely geniuses, and the other half actually still thinks that candles mean a romantic dinner or resistance level is the local Wi-Fi. So we got to work on that. But anyways, let's start the show. It's Crazy Friday, so let's just move on. And obviously, I was just joking around a little bit. It's Friday and trading is boring. So let me say again,
do it
good
right.
morning. Good morning. Stick around. Good morning, Barbie and Nick. What's happening? Tell me something.
Good morning. Well, you know what I heard about Tom Sabo?
Oh my
Tom
gosh.
Sabo doesn't chase breakouts, breakouts chase him.
Oh my gosh. No way. Yeah, that's true, actually. What can I say?
I see you got your little light on over there in the background.
Yeah, that's I made some business with some people from Far East. They left a suitcase and it started to glow. I don't know what to do with it, but I just left it there. I think it's all right, so it's kind of okay.
Probably fine.
So, yeah,
Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. So, how is your morning? What is happening? Hello, chat, and Barbie, tell me something, or Nick, what do you see in the market?
You seeing stuff, Nick?
What, Barbie, what you say?
Are you seeing stuff, Nick?
Any stuff that you're seeing, let me know.
I think I see more than what I saw yesterday. I literally put in my chat. I don't know.
Yesterday it was like wait and see.
Yeah, I was wait and see, but then like it just kept like I never really got anything. For indices here, remember I was talking about how if we close inside this gap, I'm still leaning bullish because this is just a pullback to me. I would have liked today seeing more hourly structure to the upside. To me, it just looks like a massive, not massive, but a consolidation. So we just took this high, right? Failed to close above. To me, it looks like we're going to come back into this range a little bit. Also on ES, we're inside this 1 hour gap as well. And we did run that same high. So as much as I want to go long because we came into this gap on the daily chart, I haven't seen enough hourly structure or intermediate time frame structure in order to drop down to the lower time frames to look for an entry just yet. Maybe 9:30 changes that for me. I didn't have any trades yesterday. The only thing I had was on Wednesday for the week. Yeah, I'm literally just 1 for 1 on the week. Pretty slow week for me, but I'll take that over, chasing price and, just getting to Friday and I'm already wore out. So the less decisions I make, the better, for my mindset. We are below weekly open. So I'm thinking, if we get super bullish today, I think we could see a move back to weekly open and, just kind of have like an indecisive weekly candle close. if for the people that are looking for more continuation on NQ down to this weekly gap on here and then this weekly gap on ES right here, you could be seeing that today if we get some structure from this gap on the hourly chart. That is around 66.73, and then on NQ it's right about now, so 24.696. I think so. Opportunity to look for shorts. I don't have anything yet, but let me go over to gold now. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at on there as well. So on gold, we are reacting pretty nicely here from this daily gap. The only problem is the hourly structure kind of looks a little choppy, as you guys can see. So maybe if we get a close above here at 10 o'clock, I can look for a long back up to Wednesday's high. But yeah, that's pretty much all I see for the moment on indices. Fridays are usually capital preservation for me, but that's usually when I have, a couple of trades in a week. Today I've only had one trade for the week so far, so I'm still looking for an opportunity. I'll take it if it's there, but just kind of have to wait and see. Nothing too clear at the moment, but yeah, those are just some of the levels I'm watching. I'll repeat them here. So shorts 64. I'm sorry, 24.96, which is where we're reacting from now. The reason why is we failed to displace above this high. And then if you go to ES, we got an hourly gap from 66.79 to 66.73. That price is moving away from right now. But we'll see what happens. That same high from Thursday 11 a.m. we closed above it on ES. So it makes me think that we could potentially see an inverse like this on the hourly with a lower time frame market maker buy model back up to previous day high, which is at 67.05, and then 24.794. I'm like 60-40 bullish, to be honest with you guys. I know a lot of you guys are bearish because if you're looking at NQ on the 4-hour chart, it's just making lower lows and lower highs. But I just have a feeling this is going to be the area we pop from. So I could be wrong, but we'll see what happens. I can be wrong and be profitable. I can be right and be unprofitable. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. That's it for me.
Well, I think you cheated off of my chart, but that's okay.
Here we go.
I liked it.
Oh, they wrote on my.
No, I'm looking at a similar idea. That's why I'm teasing you.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't look at NASDAQ. I was looking at ES, but I was kind of looking at the same sort of idea with whether we go bullish or bearish, or kind of what the targets would be. So I'll talk about it on ES a little bit.
You using some of that soft T trades dropped in stream yesterday for your charts today, right?
Yep. But so the main level that I was watching before PCE this morning was 66.70, and that's still really on high watch for me. That's been a major level last week. It's what we ripped through yesterday. So when we have a major level like that, and then we travel below it one day and then open up back above it, that's what kind of looks like a false move to me. And so I'm wanting to see if this false move gets confirmed. The way that, I think that if there's a good morning to wait and see what the open gives, it's probably today, because it's not real clear which direction it's going to be, but it's more clear what the targets would be if we do break into a direction. So if we break bullish, we're going to be breaking this bearish structure that we've been holding all week. Holding the 66.70 is a good clue for that. So I don't want price to go below if we're going to stay bullish. And the way I was looking at it, just the obvious target is that weekly open on ES. So it's around that 67.20 level. I've had a magnet up there all week because I was thinking there's just not a lot of reason for price. If anything comes in unexpected, that's different. But everything's been pretty not too crazy or out of line. So it makes me think that this week may just end up being kind of a wash. So if the bulls do come back, I think that's going to be the main target, is just to wipe out the week. Forget it ever happened. It's been a crazy week for a lot of us. Nick got one trade. I've only gotten a handful also. And I was actually getting so bored with futures yesterday. I hit the options really hard. I ended up having a good day in options, but I just was struggling. Even though I could kind of see what the futures were doing, it wasn't giving me good entries. So that's the way I was kind of playing it. But On the indexes, so basically, if this plan falls apart, that's going to look like we don't hold 66.70. We kind of have these other levels to watch down here. We got the floor pivot and the open kind of in the lower 66.60s. So if this consolidation falls apart and we break out through the pre-market low, I think that's when we would be targeting the lows from yesterday and potentially the FOMC low, which is 66.11. That's kind of a pretty obvious target. It looked like they were trying to reach it yesterday and failed to. But that's part of the clue to me that the buyers are showing up down here and they're defending this area. And that's why, again, since Nick cheated off of my charts, I do have more of a bullish lean today than bearish. What do you think, Tom?
I just wanted to hear buy or sell. I got my answer. All right. I like it now. I really like it. I really like it. Both of your analysis. I think, I'm 100% agreeing with this. I mean, by the way that I'm bullish as well. So let me just go through real quick and just a bit of a recap here. In the London session, we had a beautiful long position just from around 2 a.m.-ish Eastern Standard Time, went up to this 5-minute supply zone. So that was really good. Other than that, in the London session, we were talking about we want to see prices go up to that was a 15-minute supply zone starting at 727. I do feel a bit of a FOMO here because I wasn't at my computer and I wanted to get into this. I don't know exactly what happened here. I mean, I guess there was news, I know, but I missed my opportunity on the 1-minute chart after a pullback. I wasn't here. I wanted to get some points, and this is the 1-minute chart. I missed 40 points this morning, so I do feel a bit of a FOMO because I was eyeballing with that 727 level, but nevertheless, it's in the past now. One more thing about NQ, and if I go to the left here, there is still a supply zone starting at 778. Or we can say a bearish order block based on the 5-minute chart. I do like it. It fits the criteria. The candles on Wednesday at 11:15 and 11:20 a.m. Eastern Standard, absolutely perfect. This move here, still in the AM session, as price dropped down heavily, it was a perfect order block here. I think it's a picture perfect order block. I'm not saying that we're going there. So because it's Friday, and as Nick said it also, I'm going to preserve my capital as well. Maybe I'm going to trade on evaluation accounts. I'm doing good for the week. But if this one gets some bullish momentum on NQ, I'm sorry, I'm switching the charts left and right from 1-minute to 5-minute, but if we can see some displacement above 706-ish level, but somewhere above the 700s, definitely strong displacement. Maybe I'm even going to wait for the 720s and then a pullback. I'm going to target the 778 level up there. I'm going to see if that supply zone is going to get tagged. That's the only scenario right now that I see on NQ. I don't see a bearish scenario at all. Even if it starts to drop like crazy, the only point I would engage would be down there around 470s or something. Obviously, then I would try to target the previous day low, but I don't see that happening. So I'm most likely going to stay bullish. As for gold, I also missed a trade, but because of news, I also did not want to engage. There was a 15-minute supply zone starting around 37.87, which I was not able to trade to it. And there is a 5-minute supply zone higher at 38.03.2. I have a feeling that this is just going to tag that level that I think is going to get taken. Obviously, I'm not going to jump in right before the open, but I do have a feeling, a strong conviction that 38.03 is going to get destroyed. But otherwise, this is also like a picture perfect bearish order block on gold on the 5 minutes. So I just went back to show you here. This candle on Wednesday, 9:20 Eastern Standard Time, so just before the market opened, this bullish candle picked up liquidity from a fair value gap, swept some swing highs as well, and then the momentum started to be very heavily bearish. So I think that is a picture perfect order block, and that's why I think 38.03.2 is going to get hit today. But again, I'm going to preserve my capital. I might going to do some crazy trade on evaluation accounts, obviously within the risks. And that's all I see. And by the way, ES also showing some bullish signs for me. I'm not trading ES, but I was following through what Barbie was saying, and I do think, I think there are some bullish levels there to go to. So it looks good. Otherwise, I'm not really interested to go short on NQ. I might just gonna sit on the sidelines if this one starts to drop. That's it. That's all
I just want to make sure that the opening 15 minutes or so holds to that plan, because that's what I'm worried about, is there being a lot of shakeout today.
Yeah. I think so too. Yeah, that could be a game changer. Yeah. So what do you guys think, chat? Anyone have a different theory? I do have one more theory. I used to say like, this is going to go to this direction. That's the only thing I'm sure about. To the right, most likely. But if anyone has a different opinion, let me know. Okay.
I think that's a pretty good one there. Probably gonna go
How'd
right.
you guys trade it this week?
Yeah. So that's all I have. And again, let me remind you, chat, that it's Friday. And as much as we want to make up for all our mistakes that we made throughout the week, if we made some, maybe not, maybe yes, this is not the day to do so. We got to preserve the capital, and not just the P&L. We have to preserve our mindset, our conviction, our confidence, and everything. So we have to protect our confidence, most likely. That's the greatest asset that we have. So I need to remind you guys that, the chat, because I know you, Barbie and Nick, are pros, but but really,
I'm pro too.
You're pro. That's what I'm saying. You guys are pro. That's why we need to protect our confidence. That's the greatest asset that we can have in day trading. So that's what we do.
He's exactly right. 100%.
Yeah. So we can go down P&L wise. We can end up the week or the day in the red, but trade your plan. But first of all, plan your trade your plan. And that's the key. So my plan is bullish. If it starts to drop, it makes it easier for me. My Friday is going to be super easy. If this one starts to fall, I'm going to be actually happy about it, because that's going to be an easy decision. And I'm still gonna stay here, and I'm gonna tell some fun stories to the chat to keep everyone excited. But I'm not gonna do anything with the trades. Yeah, so that's the plan.
How have you guys traded so far this week?
It's been kind of boring.
Yeah, it's kind of boring for me too, honestly.
That's honestly why I got really focused on my options account for a while, just because I needed something to do. But
I think the weirdest thing about this week for me was, Monday being bullish, not that crazy, right? But the fact that Tuesday was so bearish, I was like, whoa, what's going on here? And then by Wednesday, I had an idea of what Monday, since I know what Monday and Tuesday did, I'm like, okay, we're reaching for this daily gap. I'll trade Wednesday lower. And then yesterday, obviously, it just kept going lower and lower. I didn't know if it was going to either disrespect that gap or kind of respect it. So I used Monday and Tuesday to trade Wednesday. I'm using Thursday to potentially trade Friday. T talked about that yesterday as well. So, and you can do that. You can fractalize that, right? That was another thing he talked about. You can fractalize. Like, I use the hourly and the daily a good bit. To enter like the M5, the M15. If you guys are like lower time frame traders, you can just treat the 1 hour like how I treat the daily, and trade like the the M1 or the M5, and take obviously more trades than me. But so that's price is fractal.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So let me check on gold. So Nick, are you gonna?
Yeah, I'll pull up gold real quick, actually.
No. I was just curious. Like,
it's a little choppy, bro. I want to see actually how we close. It looks like consolidation. So I don't trade inside consolidations until we get a break above. So like, if you look at NQ right now, if I go to the hourly on, ES, consolidation, and then close above the highs. So that to me looks like, we're getting followed through, right? The only problem is NQ didn't do that. So that's why I'm kind of like, we may not see a move today, but maybe wait till 10 on gold, because I still think you have a good bit of targets, right? You can target this all-time high up here, and all this is low resistance liquidity, right? There's not a whole lot of gaps in here stopping price from going lower. We're getting through that right now. That's why we consolidated so much, because we're in a bullish market. with lower time frame or intermediate time frame bearish PD arrays, like bearish gaps. So, although price is bullish, it's having trouble getting above here. But once it does, I have a feeling once we get above this high, it's gonna not gonna take too many hourly candles to get back to all-time highs. That's usually how we rip, right? So let's go to NQ real quick. We had a huge sell-off, and then literally in one day, and the next day we were back all-time highs. Consolidation, and then right back at all-time highs. A move down, quick move up, and then obviously down here, right? A huge consolidation over the summer, like in June, right? And then what happened? 3 or 4 candles made up like an average daily range, or just one, really. So
Yeah.
the bigger the consolidation, the bigger the expansion.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. I agree.
It's just a matter of being patient, or if some of you guys like to trade those consolidations, I can't, honestly, but
Yeah.
that's massive.
Yeah, it's the waiting game, that's for sure. So that's why both on gold and NQ, I'm just going to wait, as I said. The first 10, 15 minutes definitely going to be interesting. I mean, this week I showed you guys how early can I jump into a trade, but usually I don't do that.
Huh?
No, it's not that day. And usually I don't do that. That's not the style.
I don't usually either, but if I see something right there, I mean, sometimes it's just hard not to, especially when we've got evals that we need to get work. So, I mean,
yeah. I mean, the same, like, if, the old saying, like, you trade what you see. But when I see the opportunity, obviously I jump in, maybe obviously with a much smaller risk, but yeah. And that's why I was feeling a bit of a FOMO, because I was really focusing on the 727. That 15-minute supply zone was such a beautiful level there. I was really eyeballing with it even before the New York AM session. I was like, okay, this should be going higher, and it slowly progressed higher since 7 a.m. Okay, I was like, I'm just gonna wait for news, and then I had to run some errands. And by the time I got back, I already saw that it skyrocketed. I missed the pullback as well. And as I said, I'm still kind of feeling the FOMO, because that was my main goal. If I would have taken the trade for that 15-minute supply zone on funded accounts, I think that would be it for me today. Because, I mean, obviously I'm not going to force myself into anything, but I really missed this move. But obviously we cannot let the FOMO take over, because the FOMO always leads to second guessing ourselves, vice versa, and we're taking unnecessary trades. This is when you start to see setups when they're not even there. So gotta wait.
You got to leave the past in the past too. The plays that have already happened. We got to stay focused on the next plays.
Exactly, 100%. So everybody in the chat, buckle your seatbelts. We have a little bit more than 5 minutes. And of course, don't forget, we still have to have the promo 50% for new users at MyFundedFutures, 50% discount. So go get it. And obviously we have the 25% discount at the second purchase, even for existing users. Buy one, get the second one for 25% off. I think it's a great deal, especially for someone who's new here at MyFundedFutures. Go get it. I think it's just an absolutely great deal to get. The code is YouTube. Everybody ready? All right.
I'm really interested to see what happens inside this 15-minute gap in Q and ES 24,682 and ES 6678. I want to see us, move up from here. I do feel good about the hourly charts though. Like ever since we had this SMT at these lows from Asia and London, this is a great example of SMT. Some people will come to me and be like, hey, like there's an SMT at these lows right here, these two back to back. I'm like, bro, like that's not enough time away from each other for them to make SMT. It's just consolidation. Whereas like this is like an Asia low, a London low, an Asia low, London. Like this is like a good example of time-based SMT, which is what I like to use. So, and now combine that with price being inside of a bullish point of interest, and then it's inside of an hourly point of interest as well. So I'm gonna wait till open. I feel pretty good about longs. I just want to see us respect this 15-minute gap, and then obviously wait for 9:30 open. And we have, like I say, we have 10 a.m. news as well, but it's orange folder.
Oh yeah, 10 a.m. news. Totally forgot about that, by the way. Yeah, orange folder.
Oh, got a little Max Zeus in here saying we're going down. Okay.
Straight down. All right. That's
Bet.
cool too. I maybe we got to come up with a plan on the downside, but yeah, we might.
Depends. Like sometimes I'd be like, they'll be like we'll have a pullback lower, and then we'll go higher for the rest of the day. And like, see, you were wrong.
That's what I was about to say. Like, if you don't specify the time frame, we are all right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'll just say this: I'll be very surprised if we go below the 7 a.m. low and the 5 a.m. low on NQ and ES. I'll be very surprised, but I'm wrong. Sometimes I was wrong on Tuesday, but I didn't lose any money on Tuesday though.
I'm actually also kind of watching that 5 a.m. low. That's kind of interesting. Like, not just because of the official kill zone. I'm talking about ICT again, but it's the official end of the kill zone there. But it also formed a technically valid demand zone, by the way, in my perspective.
Kicking you off the stream. You can't say ICT on here.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I apologize. I'm going to run a circle and then come back. All right. But really, these two bearish candles here, I'm going to give a different color to it. Let's go. Some crazy fancy color. Let's go with this. So that zone down there oh my God, this looks awful. But anyway, this here would be a bullish. Yeah. A bullish order block at 4:55 and 5 a.m. Eastern Standard. And why not? You know, if price would drop down, maybe I could jump in for a scalp, but then obviously the target would be that 568. Oh, okay. A scalping scenario could still be good, only on evaluation account for sure. But yeah, that's it. That is it. That's all I have.
No luck, pure skill in here said it's okay for you to be wrong if you win the trading competition. That is right. That's right. I can be wrong.
I thought that I told you this always going to come back. This thing always going to haunt us. You know,
the chat right up.
Yeah, and you engaged, so that's what's happening. Okay, you're always going to come back with this, but it's fine. It's okay. You know, we can take it. We can all take
but I don't
it.
know. I mean, isn't there going to be a next time? We'll see what happens next time. That's where I'm going to leave that.
Like anniversaries and stuff like that. You know, like today is a 1 week anniversary. You know, maybe we'll do a 2 week, and you know, it won't be on Monday. I won't be talking about it on Monday. I promise.
Oh, okay. Whew, it's all right.
Lies detected.
So here we go. 15 seconds counting now, and let's see how's it gonna go. Super excited.
We'll have to congratulate Terry on Monday for sure.
Oh, definitely,
Yeah.
for sure.
You're gonna have to take a back seat.
You're
gonna have to sit down.
Here we go.
And we're open.
Oh my gosh! Look at this drop. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That is very interesting. What is going on here?
I still think we're gonna have a little bit of chaos here in the opening minutes. So
yeah,
I think you said it yesterday, like 9:30 open likes to just shake a lot of stuff out.
Yeah,
you know, I think of it like a what are those things? Okay, whatever. I just feel like there's a lot of fluff going on before 9:30, and then at 9:30 happens, and then like it gets all the riffraff out, and then you start seeing the real moves. So it could be,
especially today though, since we've had a weird week. It's not going to be just us. It's been like, man, this is kind of weird. What am I supposed to be doing here? That's the rest of the market too, right? So
I kind of have the feeling that
figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, but I kind of have the feeling that this is going to tank. Why do I feel that?
You got the crystal balls? I mean,
yeah, I have the crystal balls. The magical indicators also telling me that this is going to tank super hard. I don't know what's happening here.
It's the secret indicators.
Yeah,
indicators.
I have secret indicators, and I do have some nerdy stuff there to tell you, but maybe for next time. Maybe.
No, I like to talk nerdy.
You're like, okay, I like to talk nerdy too. The question, can you take it? But anyway.
Of course I can.
Yeah, she can. All right. You can take it. All right. We're going to do that too. So anyway, what is this? What is happening? Repricing reversal.
They're
Crazy
still holding the
open.
6670. That's kind of my main interest.
Let's
Kinda
see
that
what ES.
630 area on NAS.
Let's see. ES spiked lower, swept a. Okay. What the heck? Yeah, ES also.
And VIX is moving up too. So I'm sticking to the plan here. I'm not hopping in
Yeah.
anything.
Me too. Me too. I'm
I
just
think
waiting.
bold prediction here. I think low a day is gonna be 930.
930. Okay.
I'm saying it at 932. So
The thing is that this rejection here on the 5 minute and also currently on the 15, we have this long wick here. And I kind of noticed that if we have these long wicks, then market usually likes to go back down there and at least, go for that
You like long
mid-level
wicks,
there.
Tom?
What?
Do you like long wicks?
No. I mean, yeah, no. I do like long wicks.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that too, because it definitely relates to this candle here. So,
Yes.
we're going to, yeah. So,
It's got a really big wick on the bottom. What do you think of that?
I think it's a fairly big one. Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we're going
I
to,
like it.
yeah. That's all that matters. So, we're
It's
now
holding
pushing.
6670, so I like it.
You like it. All right. So we're pushing higher. And I forgot what I wanted to say, but I do like the colors
Why?
on my chart. I don't know. So it seems like we're pushing higher.
It was the big wick.
There's the big wick. Okay. It seems like, this is how the big wick turns to a small wick as the body continues to get bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's wait. And yeah, there's it seems like we had an up close candle here. Okay, that's cool. Kind of like a bullish breaker thingy. And oh my gosh, the 5 minute supply zone is getting closer. I might engage on an evaluation account. Who knows?
I'm going long right now.
Me too.
I already was long. Totally broke the rules.
No, I'm doing everything according to my plan.
It was holding the 6670 and it gave me a big wick. I mean, what can you say?
I'm long too. A bit of a heavier, no, it's not a heavy position. Okay, I can still add to this. I have no stop loss, but I will put a stop loss on there. I can choose to put a stop loss or not. It's a lifestyle choice on my end. So
dangerously, huh?
Yeah, I live in day. Okay. My stop so far is going to be at 615. It's not the perfect area, but I don't want to give more room if it goes lower. If it drops down to 660-ish area, I might add a little bit more to the position, and that would be it. But so far, let me just, where is it? Oh, here it is. So here's the trade. Let's see. We just have to wait. That's all we need to do. I'm looking for that supply zone. So that is it. That is it.
Chat's talking about your lifestyle choices. That's all right.
Yeah, lifestyle choices. I achieved that level in trading, so I can decide if I want to put a stop loss or I don't want to have a stop loss anymore, and I just do whatever the universe will,
Do what the crystal balls tell you to.
Crystal balls, that absolutely. I mean, it's telling me that it's still going to go down. That's what it's telling me. So it's a little bit of a scared situation. I'm scared about this because the crystal ball is telling me that it's still short, but we'll see. But the plan is this. So I'm just sticking with the plan for now. Yeah.
I'm watching VIX move lower. That's what got me excited.
Oh, that's good. Oh, look at this. It's just holding this area and going down. Good thing it's only an evaluation. Yeah. I mean, it would be okay for me. I mean, until like the 635-ish area. I'm not going to move my stop. If it goes lower than 615, there's a high chance that it's just going to break the lows there. So that's it. Nick G, sometimes we do go long on the top. Sometimes buy high, sell low. Sometimes we do that, especially on Friday, but who knows? What's up, chat? Anyone oversizing the positions? I hope not. I hope everybody, if anyone is in this trade,
You have good risk management.
yeah, have proper risk management. You know, small size.
Very
It's not
important.
about full porting. It's about surviving. Okay.
Money management, trade management, so ridiculously important.
Yeah.
Word.
The only thing we have control of. No full porting JC. Forget about it.
We got the Ryder Cup on today, guys. So far, Europe's up. They're up 4. Dang, they're kicking the Americans' butt today, Mo.
What cup is that?
The Ryder Cup. It's like a golf competition.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm not really following that, but
Not a golfer.
I mean,
He lives in Europe, bro.
I mean, believe it or not, I like video games, and I have this game where I can play golf, but that's all I know about golf. And I want to
Video golf. All right.
Video golf, yes, exactly. So.
One of my kids is into it, so she actually gets her PE credit, so she does like 15 hours a week at the golf course right now. It's crazy.
Well, there you go.
I don't know that much though. I'm learning from her. So.
Diego, this is not particularly an A+ plan. If it would be an A+ plan on my end, I would take it on my funded account, but I'm protecting the capital right now, so I still decided to go in with an evaluation. This is not an A+ plan. That's the issue. So I mean, not issue for me. Yeah. It's absolutely good, but yeah. It's not an A+ plan. I just saw this.
It's still feeding into the, yeah, for me, it's still feeding into the bullish idea with VIX moving lower and the way the order flows coming in.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
So this is the, oh man, this is only the second candle here, huh? Or second 5 minute. We still got a ways to go.
We still have some, yeah. And it was quite a drop here at the market open. I'm trying to figure out.
It's been pushing since though.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the narrative here. Like I'm always trying to build up a story. Like, what could be the idea for the market? Like, I think it wants to push higher. I'm still going to stay on the bullish side.
You see, someone asked, can you see VIX on Tradeovate?
I don't use Tradeovate. I was looking at that too. I was thinking, like, I think so, because there should be VIX futures. Does anybody in chat know? It might be a data.
I haven't checked out VIX on Tradeovate.
I watch it on TradingView, and then I watch it on NinjaTrader, but I'm using my Interactive Brokers data.
ES just ran that corresponding high 835. By the way, for you guys are maybe long. So
oh, okay. Yeah, that's good to know. That's good to know.
So what you don't want to see happen is like lower prices, because they'll confirm the SMT.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's something.
Yeah. So there's some danger in this. NQ can collapse if it. Yeah. It could.
It's not pushing. Yeah, it's not pushing as hard as ES, which is kind of interesting. We still have VIX moving lower, but that's on watch for sure.
Which is odd, because right at the open, or before open, I felt like NQ was a little bit stronger, but no,
it's the shakeout.
The shakeout.
Don't get shaked out.
Well, at least it picked up some orders, so maybe we will have that push. But man, I was expecting more bullish strength here. It's just, it seems like it's getting weaker and weaker.
YM is ripping. YM's going crazy. I just feel like NQ is just being a little little dirty at the moment.
Yeah. And I don't like these wicks on the 1 minute, 2 minute rejections here. I don't know. I don't like what I see. I don't like
I don't
it.
like those little wicks. I get it.
That's not true. But anyway, why am I even answering these questions? Do you like the little wicks there, Barbie?
All wicks are interesting, but you know they
okay.
have their different pros and cons. You know,
Yeah, it depends on their
all
purpose,
about how you
right?
use them.
Yeah, it depends on the purpose. Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go into this topic later. So
it's fun Friday. We have fun on
yeah,
Fridays.
it's fun. It's absolutely. So
This is your first Friday with us.
oh yeah, this is the first Friday.
I wore
True.
clothes and everything.
Okay, so there's used to be some casual Friday as well, so like no clothes or something. Anyway, that's a different stream, I guess, but that's cool. Okay.
YM and
here it goes,
ES are both
ES.
kind of ripping. So if you're in an NQ, like my NQ short, my stops, I'm not going to say my stop out loud because market makers, you know, and ICT, they don't.
Yeah,
really,
they're gonna get it.
no, but it's right here. You know, my stops are right here. So I'm looking for a move up to here. I'll probably take partials up here at this level right here. I'm not going to say the level out, but right here, you know. But,
Secret.
we'll see what happens. I feel good about it.
Yes, it's pushing up towards that 6,700 level, which would potentially be a spot. With that was the low from Tuesday, also in that area, and the high from Wednesday.
Yeah, yesterday. 67.0525 is the previous day high on ES, and YM is already above that previous day high. So YM's ripping. If you're in on NQ, you're along the weaker asset, like me. We're not. I'm not very smart.
I got out of the ES since we're at that little spot there. Although I was watching because this when this candle closes in about a minute, if we keep pushing, the 15-minute orb will trigger pretty quickly. So
yeah, we'll see.
436. Oh, a second. Oh yeah.
I don't like this at all. I just don't like this price action at all. Feels like it's gonna tank any moment. My super magical indicator is still saying that this is gonna be a short. That's what it's saying.
That's probably why I was calling out that 6,700 on ES, but we didn't quite get there. Because sometimes what I notice will happen is ES kind of has that objective. Once ES gets that objective, if NASDAQ is weak, then we tank off of it. But we didn't quite get there.
Dang, freaking US is getting killed. They're down 4 matches. They're down 3 of them, and they're down 4 in 2 of the matches.
This is our golf update.
Yeah. Quick little golf update for the people that are long NQ right now. So this kind of scares me right here, right? Because we got SMT at these highs.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're displacing away from it. So gotta wait and see what happens. But not looking good.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
It really has to the 15-minute gap. Yeah, I don't like this close on the previous 15-minute. We could be seeing an open low and then a high close and move higher because YM is still pushing higher. It is making that 15-minute candle just opened. So we'll wait and see what happens. But I expected more of a push higher. Today.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, definitely. And the 15-minute candle, definitely like that bearish hammer or pin bar, definitely looks a little bit aggressive rejection there, but we'll see.
It's all over the place.
Word.
The VIX has been trending lower since the data came out pre-market, so I'm still kind of watching that. But what's been frustrating for me this week is I've gotten a couple plays off of the VIX, but not as many confirmations, I guess. Not as many as I usually do. It's been a little bit harder because even though it'll be in a trend, it's taking all these swings that are a little bit different.
It tests your patience a little bit more. Like
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Come on, let's push it.
Just push it.
Just push it.
Are you in a long, you say, Tom?
Yeah, I'm still in it. Yeah.
Where's
yeah.
your stop at?
My stop is at 6:15. 6:15. So
okay. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes lower, then I could put below that swing, but I think if we break that 6:15, it's just going to go lower anyway. So
remember what T was talking about yesterday, making the open low, and then high close, like how candles move, how candles set up, right? So we could be seeing that right now.
Yeah, that's possible.
YM's ripping on for dear life.
Yeah, I'm watching ES is pushing hard again. It's we're getting that same thing we got kind of that last candle. Push.
Push it just a little bit more. Just push. Come on. Push. That sounds weird, but yeah, just push it.
Brother, can you explain how about the weaker and the strongest? Because took a deep and too good, too long. We'll see. It's like we gotta wait and see how we do here. It's too early to answer your question, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like it's currently in bullish mode, but we're kind of waiting for that shakeout a little bit too, since we're still in the time frame.
I just can't believe that. Actually, NQ used to do this. Like maybe until 10 a.m., we're not going to see anything happening. We could be just ranging around the 690 or 700. Who knows? But it did that quite a few times, by the way, in August. I remember like during August and early September, we had many New York mornings, like it was just going sideways until 11 a.m. And that was kind of frustrating.
That is the hard thing. You don't just have to have the right idea. You have to time it right and manage the money right. That's why it's not a 50-50 gamble like everyone who's brand new tries to make it happen.
Exactly. Time and price. Definitely. Time and price. And usually the major move should be finishing up until like 11 or 11:30. So whatever the market wants to do, I believe that like when someone is only able to sit down to trade like around lunch hour, I would say that at least wait a little bit until the PM session, because anyway, usually by 11 or 11:30, it's done. And I don't really like to take trades after that. So
at that point, I like to already be in a trade or done for the day. That's the rule.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's only because I've lost so much money and I've blown accounts trying to trade the lunch hour.
I did that too. And I did a lot of back testing. By the time I realized that my lowest probability trades are happening in the lunch hours. So I'm not trading lunch hour anymore. And since then, everything got a little bit better. And just like Barbie said, I don't want to be in the market. If I have no positions, I'm definitely not opening positions after like 11:30-ish hour. And
well, one of the great things for me, I don't know why everybody else started to trade, but for me, I wanted financial freedom and time freedom. And I think we get sucked into the time a lot. So one of my rules is I only trade the Friday mornings unless there's some very special circumstance. I go start the weekend early. Like that's part of the plan, right?
Yeah. And I think you mentioned it the other day, but you never, do you trade the PM session sometimes or not at all?
Not really. Part of it's just it's a lifestyle choice. I've got kids, so I'm picking them up from activities during that session usually. Plus I'm tired because I've been going all day. So it's usually just not the right setup. Every once in a while I will, but I don't make a habit of it.
Yeah.
But that's probably a weird time for you, right?
For me, well, the PM session for me in my time zone, it's like
nighttime.
From around 1 p.m. Is for me 7 p.m. So the market closes at 10 p.m. for me. still tradable because I'm always up late nights. So it's still tradable, but obviously I don't want to spend my whole day at the chart. But yeah, in London, I spend like 2 hours. In New York, I spend like about 2 hours, and that's it. That's more than enough for me. So that's, and you know, the PM session is great. I'm not saying it's not good, but it's mostly for scalpers, I think. I just don't see that many setups that I like in the PM session, mostly because the lack of time. I like to have that. I like to know that I have enough time for a certain level to play out properly, even if the market is not so fast. So especially like the power hour is something I never trade. I think the power hour is about pure gambling. And I think I said that the other day, especially the last 10, 15 minutes are pure gamble.
Oh yeah, when that algo hits.
Yeah. I
We
just
have
don't
traders
see
in my group
anything.
that'll hit that, but they have a special strategy for it.
Oh, well, if you have a strategy, good for you. Awesome.
And they use
Kudos, hats
options.
off.
Yeah, so it's a really defined risk and they're not blowing accounts with it.
That's good. That's fine. Okay. If you have a system for it, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't have anything for it. So for me, it's just pure gamble. I just stay away from power hour. I that's it.
No questions so far.
You know what's interesting though? I was trading with this with an older guy. He traded in the 80s and 90s. And I was trading with him during the spring, and he was just freaking out during the morning session. He's like, "This isn't tradable. Who can trade this?" And we're all like, "This is great. This is so easy. We're in for 5 minutes, and we're up $3,000." But the reason that he didn't like it is because of all those major moves. He ended up trading the evening session because it was more like the old New York Open.
It was slow.
So
it was slower,
he tried to trade the NASDAQ, or what was he trading in the 80s? What was he doing? Because the NASDAQ, I mean, obviously there was no NASDAQ, right?
Well, I think it was a lot of index things, but I don't know if, what all they were. I don't know if it was futures or something else, but
yeah, maybe he used to. Yeah,
was he was working for fun, so they had money.
Was he trading ES with you in the mornings? Because ES, I feel like, is a little slower, you know, like compared to NQ.
It was, I think he was looking at both, and both of them were just looking too crazy. So like the ranges were just too big. But that's what we were realizing, is that my brackets that are tick based didn't work in that market. I had to adjust all of my brackets.
Oh, you talking?
Otherwise, I'd throw it out there and it would get hit instantly.
Well, yeah, I mean that was during the Trump tariff, so of course, yeah.
But I think that's how he feels like in general a lot of the times, is like this New York is not like it used to be. But we love that. So.
Did you show him YM? Because YM was wild and during that time.
Nice.
I mean that my point kind of is that there's different times that are better for different personalities too, and a lot of us just love this high volatility time, especially for futures. But you can always kind of look around and tailor that. Just there's always a rhythm when there's opens and closes. There's always a rhythm.
That's true. That's true.
We don't know what the heck it's doing, but
but there's a rhythm.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought we were going to finish this push. What is this?
I thought so too. That's what she said. But
running out
anyway.
of gas. It's running out of gas here.
So, yeah, that's it.
Bulls One thing I feel like too is when the draw is like super obvious, I feel like the delivery can be kind of crap. At least on like one or two assets, like on ES and YM. What do you mean by that?
Like,
so
like
I
how
mean,
one's moving differently.
Well, I feel like if we feel super good about previous day high, or if we're close to previous day high or previous day low, whatever it is, and like two of the three assets are moving there or have already moved there, the weaker one or the middle one takes a while to get there, but when it eventually gets there, but it's a wild ride, I guess you could say. I've noticed that as well.
Not the fun one.
It's not the fun one, which is the NQ right now. NQ is not the fun one at the moment. I feel like ES was fun, but ES to me never gave me like an entry. It was too freaking bullish, right? But
it's too bullish. We don't like
it was. But I could use that on my NQ long, right? I can use the fact that ES and YM are so bullish that I'm longing like the weaker asset, but I feel good because the draw is still in place for ES or YM, and they're both moving that way. So now if it was like YM going lower, I wouldn't even bother because I feel like YM kind of does its own thing sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's looking good now. I mean, we're about to get a 4-hour candle close in 4 minutes, a new hourly.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this new hourly candle right now. I mean, we still have how
We
much?
do have
Yeah,
consumer
almost one.
sentiment coming to, just as a reminder, consumer sentiment in 3 minutes or so.
3 minutes and 10 seconds.
So be aware. I always like to trail by then if I can.
We'll see.
But you have a lifestyle choice that's different with stop losses than mine.
Yeah, I can do that. So that's a choice I can make. So yeah. But of course it's Friday. So and by the way, about this consumer sentiment, like I never really think that these kind of so these are survey based sentiments. I don't think I mean these don't really have that kind of an impact on the market usually. I don't think
Yeah,
they
but
do.
like it could help us just a tad get up another 90 points.
Yeah,
you know?
it can give us one of those little FU candles that hopefully is in our direction now.
That's true. That's true. So
we just need a little bit, just a little bit.
Just a little bit? All right, Barbie. Just a little bit.
Oops.
Okay. Okay. If you say so. Well, we'll try our best.
I have my alerts set on previous day high, ES and NQ, and the swing high from 8:30. So we'll see what happens. Gonna need us to push.
Do it. Do it, market.
Do it. DEW, do it. That's it. Why? It's cool, right? I told you I can't tell a joke.
I saw we got 1,000
that's
views
good.
on the stream last night with Steven, or is that his name?
Oh, yeah, Steven. Yeah. That was awesome. 1,000 viewers.
Mhm.
And by the way, Chad, do I need to remind everybody that you need to like the channel? Call everybody. Make sure to share the link. Subscribe as soon as possible. Make sure to have everybody subscribe.
It
Gotta
costs
share.
zero.
It
costs
costs
$0.
Exactly.
And it helps us get coupon codes to share on screen things.
And more lifestyle choices. So,
Hot tub is my lifestyle choice on Fridays. So
hot tub is your lifestyle. You guys heard Barbie. Hot tub is her lifestyle choice on Friday. That's good. That's going to be our next topic for next week.
Oh man, I forgot. I get off here in like 10 seconds.
Oh my gosh, Nick is so busy. He always gets off at this hour. Okay.
Well, not yesterday. We had a little fun yesterday, so I stayed along. But
yeah, that's true.
I know you two like to play around a little bit and have fun. So
yeah, sure. We like to have fun with Barbie. Yeah, of course.
Let me just kind of tell you guys what I'm watching here to sum up. We got news coming in like 30 seconds. I feel, knock on wood, this hourly candle here, it was scary, right? You know, it was pushing, and it had a huge wick lower. I want to see some follow through on the next hour, the 10 o'clock candle.
Mm-hmm.
We get a new full hour there too. We could see it move lower, temporary, right? Because it could be forming a wick, right?
Yeah.
I hope we don't do that. I hope we just push selfishly. We did inverse a couple of those gaps to the upside. Oh, wow. What is going on?
Let's go.
There's a code. I see it. Okay. 50,
very busy moment right now.
Well, hold on. I need to read this. Liquidity sweep. What? X times 50. What? Oh, liquidity. Okay,
it's
sorry.
Liquidity sweep and it's
oh my
450
God, I've got some
resets.
liquidity sweep. 50 I gotta log into MyFundedFutures now. Let me log in. I need to get it. Hold on. Do I need to get it? I cannot. Of course. I'll try to log in.
It's liquidity sweep 50. Okay.
Liquidity sweep.
Say it like Tom does, though.
Liquidity sweep.
Every day I look for a 4-hour Ferrari gap inside liquidity sweep with the IFEG.
I like it.
Now, Tom, do the Arkansas.
No, I can't do that. I can speak in with the well. I can push my accent to the highest level if you guys want it. So
let me see real quick before I do.
Yeah, let me just try to speak like a true Hungarian. So as a true Hungarian, I can speak like this all the time, not trying to pronounce it properly. And I can use my skills to push this market to the highest level. I can call the market makers. I can actually speak like Dracula from Transylvania, because that is why exactly I talk like that, because this is how Hungarian accent looks like. But I don't think it sounds that cool as I do the radio voice. So I'm going to switch back to the other so yeah,
Radio Tom.
Radio Tom. I'm just going to switch back to here we are at Radio Tom 19.fm.
All right, so we have ES. It hasn't taken previous day high, 67.05.25. I have my alert set there. I want to see NQ take this 830 high at the same time ES takes this previous day high, and I'll probably go break even there. Final TP will be a previous day high for me. So I don't really care what happens. I'm kind of playing with house money so far because I'm up from Wednesday's trade. So that's going to do it for me. I will be back here on Monday. I hope you guys have a great weekend. We got some good college football. I'm about to go cook me up a fat parlay. I will see y'all on Monday.
All right. Have an awesome weekend. Thank you, Nick. See you next time.
See you, Barbie. See you, Tom.
Hi.
And then there were two.
And now we're just the two of us. So it was awesome to have Nick. I mean, it was awesome for me to be here with you guys throughout the week. We had some fun, I must say. We had some good times. Look at this trade. It seems like very fun.
It's just trying to be slow and stupid. That's the name of the game today.
Yeah, today that's what we're doing. And my gosh, I really thought that we're going to have that push, but it's now just pulling back. I don't know why. It's just pulling back.
Being Friday slows.
Yeah, typical Friday. But it's fine. I'm going to quickly check on gold because I'm just curious what's happening on gold here. Oh, look at that. Oh, I'm feeling the FOMO already. Okay.
I did a nice little retest there. Damn.
I got to jump in. I don't care. I'm jumping into gold as well.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's see. 803. I want to see this. 803 is my TP. Actually, it's a late entry, but on the same evaluation account, I'm okay with that. I'm going to show you guys in a second. I still have no stop loss on it, but don't worry. Where is it?
Lifestyle choice.
That's a lifestyle choice. And yeah, 803 or 3803 is my final TP. If it goes down, it's fine by me. I'm just going to put a stop right there. It's a negative risk to reward ratio. I'm aware of that, but it's fine. Maybe I will add one more micro to it. So yeah, why not? I just want to see if the analysis was correct or not. And in the meantime, oh my gosh, NQ is bleeding. So that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hands off of the indexes right now. It's looking kind of like we thought it was going to. We got like that initial push and then it's kind of falling apart after that.
Yeah, it seems like it. What a shame. Well, maybe my gold trade is going to cover for that loss. So it's all right.
I just want one little push on Intel right now too.
Oh, okay.
I hit options pretty hard yesterday, so I've got to finish my runners here.
I think I want to learn options. I want to learn more about options. That's definitely true. So
yeah, I like it. And like this week I've just kind of been frustrated with future just because my setups aren't setting up. It's still going to my levels, but I'm not getting my entries. It's driving me crazy. And because we were lower on the daily for ES, we were getting into a spot where I like to buy SPY to swing, but we weren't in the spot where I do a full position. So that was kind of my other thing too, is I want to take a partial position on SPY calls. So I'll get long in some other ways too, to kind of not break my rules, but still play with that idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's why I also want to wet my feet a little bit there, because everybody seems like know a lot about options, but yeah, that's a different scenario.
That's where I started, which is why future seems so clean and simple.
So as an expert in both markets, you say that futures are much more cleaner and simple.
Yeah. you know where your targets are going to be. My lifestyle choice in options is not to run hard stops because you don't
Mhm.
really know where your premium is going to be based on the chart because there's a time component and a volatility component and all of it's a much more complicated equation on what the value is going to be. But you can also leverage that because you know coming into earnings, especially on the mega caps like Amazon and Meta, there's going to be implied volatility that builds really quickly and it helps
Yeah.
build the premium. So if you're
Yeah.
right-ish, you can still make money. So it's nice for those longer plays too. So I love day trading futures because
Mhm.
it's so clean and quick. When you're sitting in some of these moves with options, you can be right, but run out of time and
Yeah.
lose money. At least when you're day trading. So that's why I kind of rotated my day trading into futures and then I swing trade with options a lot. But since I was getting bored kind of with the indexes, that's why I was yesterday I hit Tesla and JD and Intel and a few different things just because I saw little entries on that I didn't have on futures. So it gave me something to
Mhm.
do. But that's
That's
kind of
cool.
been my strategy. Before I was day trading, I was investing and buying and holding and the whole traditional advice on that is diversify. You don't want to have all blue chips or all tech. You want to kind of mix it up so you're kind of protected. And so for me, it's that same idea. I
Yeah.
have futures trading and options swings and equity. I have dividend stocks. Like I want to have a bunch of different things going on, but I have to add it one at a time. That's the thing. I always overwhelm myself, and it's good to focus and learn on one thing at a time and then
Yeah.
add. We all want it all at once. I know, but
That is awesome. That is just
the cool
awesome.
thing is, yeah, once you know how to read charts, and I knew how to read charts, of course, I've gotten better at it over the past 3-4 years, but um, once you know how to read charts, all you have to do is learn how to trade the asset. So it gets easier to add different skills.
Yeah, and as you, I mean, I just wanted to ask this question earlier. Like with options, obviously you're focusing on multiple assets, like not just one market. But is it makes it harder, or can you focus on more than one market? Like, does it make it more difficult, or I don't know.
And but sometimes it's like you want exposure to something else because I know a lot of people have been playing healthcare lately. It's kind of wild with all the Maha and the United Healthcare stuff and all that. So there's
Hmm.
been a lot of opportunity there. So they just want to get exposed to that environment. I tend to focus, since I focus on the indexes and ES and NQ, I tend to focus on the Mag 7 and I'll get other ideas. That's the great thing about having a trading community and the internet and everything. We can go find some other
Hmm.
ideas. But my ideas are usually on the Mag 7 just because I'm kind of keeping an eye on those anyway. If Tesla or and Nvidia have no strength, I'm not going to expect the Nasdaq to have strength, and so I'm already keeping an eye on those guys anyway.
Yeah, I keep getting told all the time. I have some friends who are actually fundamental traders, most likely, and they still keep telling me that I need to follow the Max 7 because even if I'm not really following all the fundamental things, but that is definitely going to help with futures trading. So that's what I'm trying to do lately in the past couple of weeks, by the way, only trying to read the news around those companies and trying to get some big picture insights. But maybe I could use that for options trading more. But
Yeah, and
yeah.
I just keep a little chart up that has 8 charts on it, and it has all of the main Mag 7 stocks. I just keep it small at the top of one of my screens so that I can just peek at it. And I actually have it as a tab too, so I can switch back and forth between the Mag 7 or 8 because that's how the trading view chart works,
Yeah.
and the indexes. So it's just like a long skinny chart, and then I can really quickly get that glance at the market
Mhm.
that helps me kind of see the perspective. Because that was
Yeah.
the game changer for me, is understanding I need the larger perspective to frame my smaller day trading entries in.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why, like, an extra layer of confidence, some more information to
I
build
was
more
always really
conviction.
frustrated. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, everybody starts on like a 1-minute chart, and then I was, why can't I tell what's going on? And it's, if you use a 1-minute chart, in my opinion, you should definitely be checking on a higher frame chart to anchor those ideas to,
Yeah.
because that's, otherwise you just can't see. It's like look left, but you can only see so far left on a 1-minute.
Yeah.
We're calling out, previous day highs and lows and pre-markets. I can see all those on a higher time frame chart without having to zoom and be so active with my chart. I can just glance and keep my hand ready.
Yeah.
It works better.
Yeah, it seems like, by the way, that this NQ just wants to drop lower. Maybe it's gonna completely.
Yes, it's aggressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, it seems like we had this level down here. Maybe it wants to take it out. I'm not so sure, but for now, it definitely looks like it. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, a little bit aggressive move here.
The other thing that's nice coming from options trading is I'm really familiar with the SPY and the Qs and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm always kind of taking a look at those too. So I'll look at SPY and see that we're not holding super bullishly on that today. I did fill the gap, but it's not really holding it.
Yeah.
And so I can kind of pay attention to that sort of thing too. So like the Qs are looking more bearish than NASDAQ this morning. So that might be a little bit of a hint.
Yeah, exactly. So those are the things that can help you to make those decisions. But I'm just, I'm also always afraid about having that analysis paralysis thing, like reading all the news, all the indicators, all the levels, everything together. And usually when I did that, because I tried it, I usually got into the issue like, oh my gosh, what should I do? What am I going to do?
You know what
I
do for that? That's why looking at all those higher time frame charts and going through the SPY daily and the Qs daily or any of those higher time frame hourly, instead of trying to do that all day long while I'm trading, I check in on that in the morning. And then I know if we start dropping below an 8 EMA or 21 EMA on the Qs, that's going to be pretty bearish, but I'll kind of know where that level is even relative to the NASDAQ chart. So it's part of my morning planning, and then I don't have to be as engaged with it during the actual trading, and that's what cuts down on analysis paralysis for me.
Yeah,
it's like I've already got the plan. I already did that. That's phase one. Before you trade, you do all the homework and looking at all the charts, and then you can just sit there and trade the plan. Analysis paralysis is when you're trying to do it all at once.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I agree with that. Like before I sit down, I also do the plan. I have the levels that I like, and obviously, but trying to keep myself away from too much information. Like you said the other day, when I was asking you, like, what makes it kind of difficult sometimes for you to make those decisions, as you said, like hearing the other hosts, like putting on a different trade or having a different analysis or I think I remember correctly. You said something like it could be disturbing your decision making process. So that
was
totally
something I noticed early on too. That's something I still work on.
Yeah.
But it's something I had to fix early on in my trading because I wasn't trusting myself. It's like that imposter syndrome. I wasn't trusting myself. It's like, but this guy's been trading 2 years longer than me. His must be better. And so instead of trusting my own ideas, I was paying attention to someone else who hadn't given me their complete thought. So that's something I'm always working on, is making sure I stick to my own thing. And I can take ideas from other people, but at the end of the day, it all needs to be filtered through my lens.
Yeah, that's great, because I also I was like 2 years ago, I was obviously, and we're all part of social media, so I was reading all kind of different stuff from different traders, gurus, influencers, everything. I tried to learn what I can. When I realized that by the time I sat down to the market, and I had so many ideas in my head, and I subscribed to some newsletters, signal services even years ago, and I was like totally messed up in the head. And it was a big change for me.
You're like itching for that notification instead of paying attention to charts.
Yeah, something like that. And then I was really messed up in my head. Like, I have some OG viewers in my stream who were with me. I'm streaming since 2022. I mean, we just look back, and like I was doing crazy trades. I was trading with CFD prop firms back then. I was taking like 10, 15 trades in a session. I was doing everything stupid as possible, like in a trading session. Yeah, so I was just pushing the buy and the sell button, like with absolutely no plan, totally confused. And when I look back, I see that that I'm definitely better now. So it just took some time. It took some time, but oh my gosh, I was taking 10, 15 trades in a single New York session. I was like total messed up, absolutely. So Anyway, we've all been there. Yeah. And it took me so many time by I realized that less is more, quality over
Yeah.
quantity. So it took me years to realize that. And
And
now
you'll hear that, but until you feel it,
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
count.
You have to go through all the pain, suffer, tears, sweat, everything. By the time your brain is going to build up that reflex, as I said yesterday, like, okay, I'm just not going to do that because, I just blown up so many accounts. And I remember so many times I was just chasing the price, and many times, especially on Friday, I'm telling you guys this in chat, especially on Fridays. And this is why Friday is not that, I'm not saying I hate Fridays. It's awesome. Friday is awesome. But trading wise, it's my least favorable day. I blew up so many evaluation and funded accounts on Friday, and it totally messed up my weekend. My weekend was absolutely, I was like a zombie, especially when I blown
That's not
up
why we
5.
trade. We want to have
Yeah.
great weekends.
Yeah, exactly. So imagine I was having 5 funded accounts ready for payout, and just because of greed, in the power hour on Friday, I blew up all of them. All 5 funded accounts ready for payout, blown up in the power hour on Friday. Imagine how I was feeling. My whole weekend, I was like a zombie from Walking Dead or something. So I was totally messed up. It's terrible. I don't want to feel that again. It's just bad.
That's why I just trade the morning session, and whether or not I have an opportunity or a trade, I'm out, because I've noticed too, I'm already tired from the week. Like it takes a lot of mental energy to trade.
Oh yeah.
And at the end of the week, I'm kind of worn down. I'm ready to go enjoy the freedom that I get from trading. I don't have to go work till 5 or anything like that. So I just take advantage of that. It's the right time. Plus, I don't have a lot of time to myself, having a family. So that's my time. The Friday's my time. I earned that for being a trader. I don't want to go screw it up. I don't want to be messing with the market. So yeah, capital preservation is what we said earlier. That's
and by the way, how is your family going on with your trading career? I'm guessing they're supporting, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, at first it was not so much. It was like, yeah, okay, you're gonna lose all the money. But I did bootstrap it. So I didn't have prop firms. I was in options, and prop firms really weren't a thing yet anyway. But I started my first options account with 3 figures. It was $250. And I built that thing with a lot of patience and a lot of errors, but a lot of learning. And I just slowly built that up. And I think that was a really good exercise, even though, I mean, that was probably what tested my family the much, is when I was building that account, because I wasn't getting to pay myself much. I might get to pay myself, a few $100 here and there, but I wasn't really paying myself because I was in account building mode. So I was grumpy because I wasn't feeding the monkey and getting paid. And, it was very stressful, and I was taking more trades than maybe I should have because, overthinking everything. We've all been new traders. So they've been through the ringer a little bit. I had to prove it a little bit, but once I built that account and things started calming down, that's when they started supporting me more. It's like, okay, this isn't quite so crazy. But my parents, even, like, I didn't even really talk to them much about it, because their attitude about working in finance is that it's kind of yucky and gross, and somebody's got to lose, and it might be you might lose everything. So it was, but what I did is I was like, okay, well, do you want me to trade an account for you a little bit? So I helped them out with one of their accounts. They're like, oh, that's kind of nice. I'm like, I'm telling you. So.
Yeah, there's a question from Lisa here asking, your kids interested in trading at all?
They're interested in making money, but I think they're kind of waiting to see how my algos go a little bit. My older daughter has been interested, but she's so busy, it's really hard for her to figure all that out. But she is interested. I've kind of taught her a few things here and there, but we haven't had time to really make it happen. I did set her up a little Webull account, but we haven't really gotten there yet. We're working on it. It's hard when they're in high school. They keep them so busy. My gosh.
Really? Well,
they're busy till like 9 o'clock at night sometimes.
Oh my gosh. Well, everything has its beauties, and it's awesome that the support, I mean, it's super important from family, obviously, and friends.
You do have to earn it a little bit, I feel like, though, because people don't understand it.
Yeah, they don't. The same was on my end. So I tried to explain to my parents and also friends, like, hey, this is what I'm doing. And obviously, nobody understood anything of what I'm doing. Like from their perspective, my parents are totally old school. They thought that I'm just playing a video game or something. So I don't know. And so the harder I tried to explain, the least they were understanding, like, what the heck am I doing? So from their view, they grown up here in my country, socialism, go out and work, in the factory, and that's what you need to do. And so why not just get a job for 12-hour night shift and provide for the family? And I'm, hey, listen, that was like 60 years ago, and now different times are happening now.
Not for everybody.
Yeah, that's true. But so it was, by the time I explained it, obviously I was working for an insurance company before trading, so I was having a fairly good salary, according in my standards here in my country. So they were happy about it. But when I was totally switched to trading, everyone was like, oh my God, you're going to get broke soon. Like that's going to be the end. And so, but since then, I'm trying to show them the results as plain and simple as possible. And now in the past year,
I kind of learned not to share it until things were good. Do you have to do that a little bit too?
Yeah, sometimes first I was obviously I was hiding as much as I can. So all the blown up accounts and the money I've spent on prop firms. But yeah, in the past year, 2 years, I was trying to share more of my positive results and everything. Now they're trying to, understand, like, oh, okay, now, but they still don't know what I'm doing. So they still don't know. So
yeah, my dad was talking to me about the S&P 500 the other day, and he's like, but it's probably going to go down. And I was like, dude, I know a little bit about the S&P 500 actually. I was like, what do you think I do all day?
That's it.
But yeah, they don't know what futures are. They don't know what options are. They're just like, oh wow, you made like 20% on that account. So like that's the kind of thing. You have to put it in the terms that people understand.
Yeah, exactly. So it took some time on my end as well. And by the way, speaking of some technicals, it seems like we are going to break that 568 that we mentioned earlier. I feel like a high resistance liquidity run here. We could be going sideways before breaking that, but I feel like it's an 80% chance we're going to go down. I'm not jumping in. This is exactly the scenario. I'm telling you guys in chat, especially for someone who's new, this was exactly the scenario how I kept blowing up my accounts. I saw that price was very close to a certain price point or level, like, okay, this is just 10 more points, it's going to go through. And so I entered the sell, and immediately the market bounced like 50 points or 100 points. And obviously I kept adding to the position. So the typical scenario for me for blowing up my accounts was this, jumping in on the last 10 points and everything went sideways and everything went south. So I'm just not going to do it, but I feel like we should be breaking that 568. The gold trade turned out good, but the NQ trade went bad, still recovered some of that loss. It was only an evaluation account. So for you guys who are trading gold, I feel like we're still going higher. There's a zone up there still, the high around 3812.6. I think we can see more push on gold. It's definitely bullish. And I don't know about ES. What do you think, Barbie, on ES? Anything you see?
Well, we're right at, we just lost that 6670 level. So this is the way, I don't like it when the markets take different levels at different times. It's messier. It's not an A+ setup for me. So that's kind of where we are right now. NASDAQ is at that support that you were just talking about, and it's really testing it right now. ES has the support at 6670, but that's different support. That's kind of the support of the bottom of the data candle that we had this morning, and NASDAQ is through the bottom of its data candle. So this is not the conditions that I like to enter in.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I mean,
even if it goes to my levels, I'm cool sitting out and going to the hot tub, basically.
Oh, sounds good. Okay. Yeah, nothing
Sending
better
Tom
than
selfies from the hot tub.
I'm gonna get a hot tub for myself as well. I'm just gonna put it somewhere. I'm gonna find a room for it. Don't worry. And I'm definitely gonna stream next time from the hot tub. Who knows? But it's crazy Friday, everybody. We can talk all we want, you know. So yeah, exactly. That's expensive. I know.
It was expensive. Plus, I technically bought two because I had the standalone one, and then we redid our pool, and I put a built-in gunite one. So I bought two. They were both expensive.
Yeah, it is. It is. Well, yeah. So far, especially now that we went through that 5, 6, 8. So I feel like there's nothing for me to do here. I mean, in terms of trading, entering positions,
You don't have an entry either.
Yeah, no, nothing on the downside for me to go to. I mean, we have previous day low. I talked about that. 422. I'm not sure. Maybe, but I'm not going to chase it. That is 100%. Just not ideal.
It's back to that when you don't want to ruin the week on a Friday.
Yeah, absolutely not. So I'm absolutely good on my funded. My week so far overall is extremely good. I'm very happy. I wanted to build some more evaluations with MyFundedFutures, and that's why I took the trade. But I'm not going to force it. I'm going to save my energy for next week for sure. And that's what I keep saying to you guys also in chat. Like, you need to preserve your emotional capital. That's one of the greatest assets. You know, the confidence.
I think this is not talked about enough. Listen. I'm listening.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing.
No, I was telling you, Tom.
Okay.
I wanted to hear this.
Okay, listen. Preserve your emotional capital, Barbie. Listen to me, Barbie.
It is so important.
It's very important, Barbie. Listen, you need to preserve your emotional capital or your confidence. All right. I know we never talked about this, but you need to. You need to save it. That's it. I'm going crazy.
This is advice that is slept on, though. Is the markets are hard. It does wear your brain out. Even if you're a young genius, you need a break.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly.
I kind of build those in. I mean, you settle into the sessions you like to trade. I like to trade the New York Open. So that's where I put the most mental capital is in the New York Open. I might look at some other things, but that's where I'm putting the most mental capital. And then I want to be sure to preserve it by not sitting here all day trying to force things and get 60 trades in on the day and spend $200 in commissions.
Yeah, exactly.
I might have done that before.
Friday is definitely not the day for it. And again, the only excuse, you guys in chat, if you want to trade on Friday, if you were not able to do so because you have a job or a business to run or whatever, you might be able to sit down maybe in the PM session. But if you already made your trades, wherever you are, green or red, I think that's it. I mean, don't force it on Friday.
That is the worst thing when you're red on Friday and you want to fix it, and then you end up with an account, and then you got to lick all those wounds.
Yeah, that's definitely the worst. Even
if I take a trade on a Friday and it's a loss, unless I have an A+ setup, I'm done. It's going to get accumulated. I just think of it, it's just accumulated into the week. It's not I don't take it personally. It's just the big picture. It was just another loss. So
yeah, exactly. But it is what it is. It is what it is. And just a quick look on gold. Oh my gosh, gold is really pushing. Let me just check that level again. I know there was a level. I'm looking for a 15-minute level, I think, on gold. Yes. So we have a buy side at 3812.6. If anyone is still... Oh, yeah, we went through. Okay, just now. Never mind. Okay, 3812.6 got taken. And so far, that's it. It's done. Gold is done. It could be going higher. I don't see any point of chasing it now. So no more setups. Like
it's kind of made that objective. And that's the way I look at it, is if we've hit a major level, then we've probably hit an objective for a major player. And then get out of the way.
Yeah, and then just sideways movement. That's what we see. So what's the time? Oh my gosh, it's already time for Ash, I think. Time flies. Time flies. Oh, and he is here. Look at that. The man himself. Hey, Ash, what's going on?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
How's everybody doing today?
All is good. Having fun.
We're doing
as usually.
Good.
Ready to
Yeah.
start the weekend?
I want to thank Tom because he's done such a great job for the
really?
mornings. This has
I
been
wanted
awesome.
to ask you, Barbie, did you enjoy my time here at your morning
I've really
session?
enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun.
You know, because I don't care about the chat. I don't care about anyone. The only thing that matters if you enjoyed my stay here at the morning session. If you,
If
you
it's
did
the
that.
most important, then that's good news because I've loved it. So
All right. Yeah, it was a great week. We had some good times.
I'm going to second that as well. I mean, stepping up for the team. Terry got to go
definitely.
over there and crush it, and you're putting in double time. So
I'm always the guy. Yeah, you can throw me under the bus if you will. No problem. I can take anything. So
it's all Tom's fault. But I loved him being on here on the mornings. So thanks for filling in.
Ash, by the
she
way,
might have taken it home too. So I think everybody's winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Ash, what do you think about the market? Anything you see here or anything you're looking for? Any trades so far?
So I'm looking for lower prices. To me, this was a big area here. When we ran higher this morning, seeing NQ fail to run above that news candle high was a really telling thing for me. Because if you take a look at ES ran above that high. So for me, that's a divergence. That divergence to me is showing weakness in the marketplace. For that exact reason, I wouldn't be surprised if we head lower throughout the rest of the session. I'm going to look down here to the low of the PM session from yesterday.
Nice. Well, quite curious.
What about you all? Did you get any trades this morning?
Not on the funded accounts. I preserved my capital. I was just trying to fool around a little bit on an eval, but I got stopped out. But I recovered a little bit on gold. But I was bullish on NQ today, but I didn't really see it that strong, and I mean that high probability setup. And unfortunately, it turned out that it wasn't. So nothing more.
Okay. And Barbie, how'd your day go?
It started doing my bullish plan. So I did go long and I got one scalp to work and one scalp not to work. So that was interesting, but not that interesting. My bullish plan started and then didn't continue is what the problem was. So one account, I managed my money better than the other, basically. Okay. The short was a little bit trickier for me. I don't know. I just didn't see it exactly where it was, but I like your analysis on how NASDAQ, especially getting into to NASDAQ when ES was at that spot. I was kind of tempted by that. I wasn't real ready to short up there, but that is a good plan. I see that.
Yeah, the hesitation is kind of just what said it to me. Like, I feel like NQ should have ran above that high while ES was running above that high. It looked real bullish there out of the gate, but watching it kind of roll over there kind of tipped its hand.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Drives me crazy when they do that when we're already in a trade.
Right.
We said we were going to wait and then we didn't. So
we didn't. Yeah. We just jumped in. But anyway, that's
another
how it
goes.
goes.
Too exciting. I was too excited because Tom's here.
Yeah, we were too excited that we jumped in. You know, that's it. That's what happens. All right. For now, I'm just going to say goodbye to chat, but I'll be back. And Barbie, it was great being here with you guys. Thank you so much. And hopefully we can repeat that sometimes, right? So
yeah,
that's
been
it.
Awesome.
All right. Ash, have a great session. And I see you soon, I guess, right?
All righty. Happy Friday and enjoy your weekend.
All right. Thank you, Barbie. See you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Happy Friday. How's everybody doing today? You have made it through another week in this business. Congratulations. With more experience comes more conviction. So every week that you survive, you are building the muscle memory you need to gain the edge in this business. So give yourself a pat on the back. If you've survived this week, you have gained more experience, and that's what we're here for. We have to continue to keep failing forward. So Good morning. Good day. Just going to take a moment to say what's up to the community before we get into some of the information. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. Good morning, AMD. Good morning, Internet Explorer. Good morning, Thiago. Good morning, Fukra. No SQ, good morning. HMH, how are you doing today? Victor, good morning. Razor Blade, good morning. MM, good morning. Andre, good morning. Nada, good morning. Trader HCH, how are you doing today? Good morning, Abhishek. Hope your week is going well. Corey, the phone trader, what's up, man? Good morning. Hope your week's going well. Bill E, good morning. Mr. 10 Below, good morning. Sagiv, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Insane Achille, good morning. Alexander, good morning. Capricorn, good morning. How's everybody doing today? See how everybody's trading is going so far. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you did not trade today. See how everybody's day is going so far. We'll hop into the information after this, but was just taking a moment to say good morning to the community, see how everybody's doing on this lovely Friday. We have made it through another week. Okay, couple 1s, couple 2s, couple more 2s, couple 3s as well, couple 1s. Couple more 2s. It seems pretty 50-50 so far. Well, let's take a look at the information. I'll tell you what I'm looking at for today. All righty. And here's what I'm looking at for today's session. You heard me talk about it a little bit there with Barbie and Tom. For me, this is quite telling. Everybody knows that I work with divergences, right? SMT, a crack in correlation, whatever you want to call it. I don't really care about the terminology. It is the logic that matters. So right there at New York Open, ES did a very good job running above the news candle high, right? The 8:30 a.m. candle. You can see it here. This is a very clear divergence, right? So this is what bearish SMT looks like when you have two correlated pairs doing something different at the same point in time. This to me is very telling. So watching ES run above this high while NQ did not, to me, that is weakness in the marketplace. Okay, put weakness with a change in the state of delivery, right? So your different forms of a change in the state of delivery can either be an inversion, right? This is a bullish gap that gets invalidated. That would be a form of a change in the state of delivery. Okay, that's one form. The second form would be when price goes and close below the up close candle or series of up close candle that took out liquidity. That would be a change in the state of delivery. So let's mark these off. Okay, and then you also have the breaker block. Right, so breaker is a swing high, swing low, a new high, then a new low. Okay, so this is also a good conversation of when I'm always talking about it doesn't matter what type of entry function you have. This is a great conversation right here. All of these different types of shorts right here all mean the same thing. We had SMT at the highs. After we had SMT at the highs, there are multiple different short opportunities. Whether you want to short from here, or short from here. In my opinion, what matters is the logic that's being provided to your decision making. And that logic is this cracking correlation right here. All right, so this is what I'm looking at for today. I'm going to look to see if this area provides resistance for lower prices. Okay. Any questions? Any information? Anything we should go over about that analysis? It's the same thing here on NQ. Change in the state of delivery is right here. The inversion is a little bit different. It's from the news candle. And this would not be considered a breaker because it did not take out the high. But same analysis. You have the SMT at the highs. So we'll see if this provides any resistance for lower prices. All right, so go ahead and throw any questions or information in the chat about that information. This is what I'll be looking at for today's session. Ash, do you think we see high of day today in NQ? That is quite literally the complete opposite of the information I just provided. I'm not really sure how to make it any more clear than what I just stated. So for the short, you go with ES because it has a breaker. You want to be shorting the weaker pair. Okay, NQ is the weaker pair because of SMT. Short the weaker pair, short the weaker pair, long the stronger pair. Do you think it's better to slowly scale up size on larger accounts or jump straight to the position size the account allows? You definitely have to scale up without a doubt, right? Because if your mental and emotional intelligence cannot handle larger sizes, then it doesn't matter. Because what does matter is your ability to execute. Okay, so no, it's more of a personal decision. You need to understand if you're even capable of handling larger sizes, because what matters is your ability to execute. Right? Some people get deterred by seeing larger numbers. If that's the case for you, then don't use larger numbers, because what actually matters is your ability to execute on the chart, your ability to control your mind, your ability to control your emotions. Ash, for how many years have you used the unicorn model? I'm in my 3rd year. Hi, Ash. On the lower side, there was bullish SMT divergence on the 1 hour. NQ took the 1 hour low. ES didn't. How to decide which one is more important or relevant? Let's take a look. So I do not determine which is more important or relevant. Maybe. Okay, so you are correct. There is bullish SMT there. So no, I just look at the most recent information, right? So in my opinion, now this is indecisive because you have SMT on both sides of the marketplace, right? So when the information is not extremely clear, then just sit out and do nothing, right? Now we're looking at bullish SMT at the lows and bearish SMT at the highs, right? That, in my opinion, that's conflicting information. Anytime you have conflicting information, you should just sit out and be patient. So you should be executing when you can be one-sided, when the information is very clear. Very good job on pointing that out. If it was weaker, wouldn't it have taken out that high? No, that's incorrect. That is why it's weaker, because it failed to go over that high. It did not have enough energy to go above that high. It did not have the strength to go above that high. That is why it is the weaker pair, right? And you can see it in the percentages over here too, right? Take a look at how NQ is lagging behind ES. It is, in fact, the weaker pair. Ash, what are the different type of fair value gaps you use? You mentioned differences in the ones you've drawn. No, I only use one type of fair value gap. A fair value gap is right here. Let's point to it. This is what a fair value gap is. So a fair value gap is a 3-candle pattern. So look at this candle, look at this candle, and look at this candle. A fair value gap is a 3-candle pattern where the first candle and the third candle do not overlap. So right in here, right, look at this space right here. Notice how this candle here does not overlap with this candle. That's what a fair value gap is. So there are not different types of fair value gaps. A fair value gap is a fair value gap. There's only one thing, right? It's a 3-candle pattern where the first candle and the third candle do not overlap. That's what a fair value gap is. If you're referencing my analysis in the beginning of the stream, what I referred to was a change in the state of delivery, which is not a fair value gap. And I also referenced a breaker block, which is also not a fair value gap. So those are different things than a fair value gap. Right? So if this is what you're referencing over here, right? This is a fair value gap here. This is a change in the state of delivery right here. And this is a breaker block. Those are different concepts. Give me 2 seconds, chat. I just lost my spot in chat. Trying to find it again. But if you have any questions, if you have any information, feel free to throw it in chat. As of right now, I'm looking for lower prices. Looking to see if we can go to the PM session low here from yesterday. This is, in my opinion, what I'm looking at for today. The reason why I'm looking at that is because of the bearish SMT that's at the highs. So this is what I'm looking at in terms of a target. If you have any questions or information, we're doing a Q&A as we're watching price. Also, do me a favor, if you're finding any value from any of the special guests that we have come on here, if you're finding any value from any of the giveaways that we do, if you're finding any value from any of the hosts that talk about their trades, provide analysis every single day, do us a favor, like the video, sub to the channel, and share the stream with your communities. Let me go ahead and find that spot that I was at in chat so I can get back to the questions now. All right, maybe that's why I can't find it, because when I refreshed, it does not let me scroll up any further. Chat, if I did not get to your question, just throw it in chat again. I guess when you refresh the stream, it doesn't allow you to go to the prior messages. So let me just start from the beginning then. Sorry if I missed the question, just throw it in the chat again. Buenos dias, Ash. Good day to you as well. I hope your day is going well. What about Dixie? Let's take a look at Dixie. All right, so we were looking at this for our weekly analysis. So if you want to just go back to our Monday live stream, this was our weekly target for Dixie. We were looking for a bounce from this area here. Go ahead and just fact check me. Go back to the first stream of the week. This is the bias we had for Dixie. Okay. Dixie did a phenomenal job finding support here in the beginning of the week, and it did a phenomenal job moving to the target. Okay. Great job on the bias this week. Now that the target has been completed, in my opinion, since it's Friday, I have no interest in trying to determine another direction for Dixie, right? This was the weekly objective. Since the weekly objective has been completed, now I'm done for the week, right? My objective has been completed. I do not need to analyze any further here on Dixie. So great job for the weekly outlook on Dixie. It completed its target. Same thing there with Euro. So Euro, we were looking for this as our target. Once again, just go fact check me. Go watch the Monday live stream. We were looking for this move right here. Right, we were looking for this area to provide resistance for price. It provided resistance for price, and then it moved to the target. And now that it completed its weekly objective, I'm done here. I don't need to continue to keep analyzing. We created a game plan. The game plan has been completed. So very good job on Euro and Dixie this week. Very good job on Euro and Dixie this week. What is your entry model and how do you confirm that it's the right time? This is my entry model right here. It is a breaker block plus a fair value gap. Okay. So the unicorn model, this is what it is right here. Breaker block is found in here. Fair value gap aligned with the breaker equals unicorn model. The thing that confirms that it's time to engage with that idea is SMT. If you want an in-depth conversation about the model, you can go to my YouTube channel. There's an entire playlist called the Unicorn Model Playlist that you can watch. It is completely free if you need a more in-depth conversation about that. Can you please post a link to your YouTube channel? You can just go search this right here. @Ash Trades. Just type @_Ash_Trades_ into the YouTube search bar and you will see the page. Yep, that is it as well. Thank you, Razorblade. Thank you. What time frames do you use for higher time frame and entry? So the daily time frame is what I use for a bias. The hourly time frame is what I use for SMT or market structure or higher time frame points of interest. The 5-minute chart or the 1-minute chart is what I look at for entries. So you have a higher time frame, the daily, a medium time frame, and a lower time frame. How is the divergence correlated between the two different indices? So NQ and ES are two correlated assets. That means that they should be moving the same at the same time. Okay? When NQ is going up, ES should also be going up. If there's a crack in correlation, that's how you'll be able to see a divergence. For example, let's do it down here. Ready? Okay. All right. Take a look at this. This is ES. This is NQ. Right? They should be moving higher at the same time. If they do something different at the same point in time, that's what a crack in correlation is. So, for example, notice how ES ran above this high right here. It ran above it here. Notice how NQ did not run above that high. It failed to run above that high. That's what SMT is. That's what a crack in correlation is. That's what a divergence is. When that happens, this is NQ showing weakness in the marketplace. Okay, so now take exactly what I just showed you. Okay, ready? Take a look at this now. Notice this swing high here at 835. Let's go point out that swing high on ES. 835, the same 2 points in time. Notice how ES ran above this swing high. Notice how NQ did not run above this swing high. Well, guess what happened immediately after that? We dumped. So there's the crack in correlation. There's the weakness, right? NQ failed to run above the initial high, whereas ES did run above the initial high. That's what a crack in correlation is. That's what bearish SMT is. And look at what happened immediately after that. Weakness, a move lower. So that's why we use divergences. So any other questions, any other information, feel free to throw it in chat. We are going over any type of questions to do with trading as we're waiting and watching today's session. Once again, I'm simply just looking for lower prices here because of the divergence that happened at the highs. How did you establish that target on NQ? I use fair value gaps and swing highs and swing lows. So there is no determination here, right? Look, all of these, this gap has been taken out, right? So we've already tapped into this gap, and we've already taken out all of these swing lows in here, right? Here's a swing low, here's a swing low, here's a swing low. So the only thing that's next would be here. So just take it one level at a time. Okay, just use certain information. And what I'm telling you is the certain information I use is fair value gaps and swing highs or swing lows. So this would be the next swing low that's available to use as a target. All of these have already been taken. This has been taken. So just taking it one level at a time and only looking at certain information. Thanks for that explanation. Yeah, feel free to throw any type of questions, any type of information in the chat. That's what we're here. We're here to trade. We're here to learn. We're here to share our experience in the marketplace. I'll gladly go over any type of information. Just throw the questions in chat and we'll go over it. I'm here from 10:30 to 11:30 every single day of the week. So whether it's today, next week, the week after that, we will be here relentlessly working and learning every single chance we get. Ash, I need your barber. I need my barber too. I think I'm going to see if I can go get a haircut right after this. So I'll let them know that you're looking for a barber. I could definitely go for a haircut. Thanks for reminding me. So any other questions, any other information? Again, there's a lot of people in here and the chat's going quick. So if I just miss your question, please just throw it in to chat again. I'm trying to keep up as much as I can. It's going pretty quick. How to recover from drawdown? In my opinion, it doesn't matter whether you're in drawdown or in profit. The process should never change, right? Fall in love with the process. Allow the result to be a byproduct. You should have a system, a game plan in place, and you shouldn't change that game plan, right? Conduct your model no matter whether you're in profit or in drawdown. Hola, Ash. What is the best range hours to trade? In my opinion, the open. So London Open, Asia Open, New York Open. So whatever opening time you can provide your undivided attention to the market, I would focus on the opening hours. Okay, so if you live in London, then London Open might work best for yourself. So focus on London Open. I'm on the East Coast of the US, so New York Open fits best for my daily life. New York Open, I focus on 9:30 to 11:30. So whatever time you can provide your undivided attention to price, use the opening times and focus on that. So go ahead and throw any type of questions or information in the chat. We're doing questions and answers right now as we're watching price for today. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to take another sip of water and we'll keep going through the information. Ash, how do you deal with a blown funded account? You should still, once again, this is the same thing as dealing with drawdown. Fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct. Okay? It doesn't matter if you failed a funded account. It doesn't matter if you're in drawdown. What does matter is that you create a game plan and you stick to it. Create a process that could be repeatable so that you can be here for a longer period of time. Detach your emotions from the outcome. Allow the outcome to be a byproduct of your process, right? Just because you blew the funded account, you should not change your process, right? You should still be doing the same thing the next time you attempt a funded account. Fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct. Ash, do you use Dow Jones also for SMT? You can see what I watch over here. I do not watch YM. So I focus on NQ and ES. I focus on NQ and ES. I've talked about information overload many different times. In my opinion, if you're watching 20 different things, you're going to fall into that information overload. It's going to be too much information. Just focus on 1 or 2 things and get really good at it. Ash, I have a question about SMT. Which pair is the strongest one we identify after SMT? When you're dealing with bullish SMT, you're analyzing the lows. The stronger pair is going to be the pair that creates the higher low. This is the stronger pair right here. So the pair that creates the higher low is the stronger pair. Same exact thing, but vice versa for the weaker pair. The weaker pair is going to be the one that makes the lower high. When you're dealing with bearish SMT, you're analyzing the highs. The pair that makes the lower high is the weaker pair. So long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair, right? So for example, now moving to price action, do you see why we've been watching NQ today? We've been watching NQ today because we're looking for lower prices. And we're watching the weaker pair because of SMT. Do you see it there? And you can see the weakness here. Look at the percentage change here. NQ is red while ES is still green. You can see that weakness in multiple different ways. Daily bias. I explained this morning that I'm looking at lower prices. That's why we have this arrow here. That's why we're pointing to this target here. You could have whatever bias you want, but this is the information I'm looking at. Ash, aren't you bullish today? Again, I don't really know how to make it any more clear. This is why I put the target here. This is why I put the arrow here. I provided my analysis in the beginning of the stream. I'm looking to see if price could go here. All right, maybe you guys are just trolling me. If we're just gonna troll each other, then I'm not gonna be able to answer the questions. Ash, I had my first 30K month. Holy cow. Chat, throw a huge W in chat for Josh. Phenomenal job, Josh. Congratulations. That is amazing. Very, very good job. Very, very good job. Let's go, Josh. Congratulations. Make sure you withdraw that and put it in your bank account. You have to realize that it is not yours until it is in your bank account. So make sure you're withdrawing that. Make sure you're paying yourself. How do I identify a change in the state of delivery? Change in the state of delivery is the very first time the trend changes, right? So here's a bullish one. Ready? Right, this is a downtrend because we're making lower highs and lower lows. The change in the state of delivery happens when we make our new high, right? We were making lower highs and lower lows this whole time until this point in time. So the very first time the trend changes, that is a change in the state of delivery, right? So a bullish change in the state of delivery is always going to be the opening price of the down close candle that took out the low here. And vice versa for a bearish change in the state of delivery, right? So a bearish change in the state of delivery is when you're in an uptrend and then we make a new low. You're going to use the opening price of the up close candle here that took out liquidity when the trend changed. So you can see that I marked it out here on ES. See, so let's get rid of these. Bearish change in the state of delivery is the opening price of the candle that took out liquidity, right? This is the liquidity here, the swing high. Notice how we found resistance from this area after we confirmed that change in the state of delivery. So very good job. Change in the state of delivery is simply the first time the trend changes. Any other questions? Any other information? I got another 18 minutes with you all before my weekend begins. Ash, is there a reason why sometimes you take change in the state of delivery versus a breaker block? No, I execute the unicorn model. Okay, so if you look at this right here, let's get rid of the change in the state of delivery. Here's your unicorn model right here. Breaker block plus FEG. So I was just explaining a concept to somebody. If I were to engage with the market, I would use the model that I trade. Right? Here's your breaker block. You get a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. You also have the fair value gap right here. So this is, in fact, a breaker block plus an FEG. Knuckle cracking. I didn't think you guys could hear that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Ash, is that your weekend shirt? Probably not. Somebody mentioned a haircut earlier. So I'm probably going to go get a haircut after this. Ash has a Discord server after all. I've had a Discord server for over 8 years now. I've always had a Discord. That's been my journal since day one. Tom is ready for the haircut. Little did everybody know, Tom is actually the barber. So when he comes up here in another 15 minutes, you might want to ask him about that. Ask Tom if you can get a cut this weekend. Ash, do you journal trades? Yes, I journal everything. I journal on Twitter. I journal in Discord. I also record all of my sessions. So, for example, this is why I live stream, because I could literally go back and listen to what I was thinking during the time of. That's why I'm here live streaming, so that I have a record of all of the logic, of all of the thought process, of all of the actions that I use each day. On top of that, I always write it out as well. I write it out in the Discord. I write it out on Twitter. I do the whole nine, because the more learning experiences I get, the more repetition I get, the more practice I get. Whoa, there we go, chat. Happy Friday. Surprise code. Use code 50 for range 51. What? I'm a little confused there. Is the code 50 for range 51 or is the code range 51? 50 free resets though. Go and throw the code in. Love to see it. Love to see it. We are still cooking it up on a Friday. Let's get a huge W in chat for Denny. Let's get a huge W in chat for Magnus. These gentlemen are working every single day. I really appreciate your time. I really appreciate all the value you bring every single week. Bishop too, thank you for all of your time. Let's throw a bunch of W's in chat for them. These gentlemen continue to keep showing up every single week. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is quite the pleasure to be working with other like-minded professionals. Ash, did you hold longer yesterday? You talked about being inspired about trying to hold a bit more than 2R. No, I took the 2R. So that is a great example of being an independent thinker, right? It doesn't matter what other people tell you. You should have complete control over all of your decision making, right? So I understand that Jake was talking about a 4R trade. Great idea. I love his information. He has a lot of value to share. But when it comes to discipline in my process, I'm going to choose my process over anything else. I'm going to take complete ownership over all of my own decisions. I'm not going to allow other people to make decisions for me. I'm not saying whether it's a good or bad idea. All I'm saying is it's important to be an independent thinker. Always choose your own decisions, is what I'm saying. Always choose yourself. Always make your own decisions. Always be an independent thinker. Right? That's why we're here. We're here to develop a skill that nobody can take away from you. Like if you wanted a boss, then just go get a 9-to-5 job. If you want to listen to somebody else to tell you what to do each day, just go get a 9-to-5 job. Hey, Ash, do you manage your positions? For example, it reaches 1R. Do you go to break even? No, I'm not a break even type of trader. I fully accept the risk before the risk is taken. The only two results that I look for is a -1R or a +2R. Okay, I do not move my stops. It is either a loss or a win. When I'm risking, I want to risk. So I'm looking for either a win or a loss. I don't want a 0 result. Ash, I can see where your target is, but using your unicorn model, if you went short today, where would you keep your stop loss and entry? There is no unicorn model here on NQ because it did not take out the high. Right? So this would be a unicorn model because it's a breaker block plus an FEG. When I execute the unicorn model, I enter at the beginning of the breaker and I put a stop at the high. So this is how I execute my model right here. This is how I execute my model. Entry at the beginning of the breaker, stop at the high. So let's look at a couple lower time frame entries as well so you can see better risk to reward here. All right, so same thing here. This would also be a breaker plus an FVG right in here. So I would also use this as a short opportunity, but notice how there's a little bit better risk to reward being on a lower time frame here. So I enter at the beginning of the breaker. I put a stop at the high. I aim for 2R. Yesterday, you preferred a smaller stop loss? Yeah, because did you see the range on that? So yesterday's range is about 150 points, right? So for example, right, this was the breaker from yesterday. Here's the swing low. 160 points as a stop loss. That is way too much risk. No, thank you. Way too much risk. I'm not going to have a 160 point stop loss. So any other information? Any other questions? I'm working on not moving my stops and my targets. Great advice, Ash. You have to fully accept the risk before the risk is taken. Right? If you're too scared to hold a position, then you're never going to have large enough winners that will outweigh your losers. That's the purpose of not moving your stop. If you move your stop to break even, then you're rightfully saying, I'll accept a 0 reward. A 160 point stop loss on a day is hilarious. Yeah, that's exactly why I did not use that. Ash, do you isolate your Friday trading to a smaller time range since Fridays can be a dud a lot of the time for price action? Nope. The process remains the same. It does not matter what day it is. It does not matter what month it is. It does not matter what year it is. Once again, fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct. Ash, do you have a favorite time segment to trade, though, on most days? Yeah, I already explained that 9:30 to 11:30 is when I look for trades. 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I like to focus on the opening hours of New York AM session. Ash, please check the trend line in any time frame. I'm not exactly sure what you mean with that one. What is your win rate? I'm a 50% win rate trader. I lose half the time, I win half of the time. This week was a great example of that. We had a losing trade. What was that, on Tuesday or Monday? And then we had a winning trade yesterday. I won one, I lost one. Ash, do you look at the Mag 7 when deciding on long or short thesis? No, I do not. I feel like you are a higher win rate. No, my win rate's a 50% win rate. I've shown all my statistics on Twitter. The live account that I'm using, you can see that there. What's your RR? I focus on a 1 to 2 risk to reward. Is it possible to be profitable with a low win rate? It depends on your risk to reward. You could have a 30% win rate. If you're focusing on a 1 to 3 or a 1 to 4 risk to reward, you can be profitable. So it depends on your risk to reward. Do you change your position size? I only change my position size when my risk management allows me to. I divide my drawdown by 10. So when I have more drawdown, then I could have larger position sizes. So I got one last minute here with you all. I would like to take some time to say thank you to everybody again. Make sure everybody knows how grateful I am for the community. I just want to say thank you to MyFundedFutures for putting this community together. I want to say thank you to all the hosts for all the time and effort that they put in every single week. I want to say thank you to the back end, Abhishek, Denny, Magnus, all the work that you put in every single week. It is greatly appreciated. And lastly, chat. Chat, I really appreciate all of your time, getting to go over all these questions, getting to go over all of this information. It's really providing so much value for everybody that's watching. Sharing these perspectives, sharing this information, it provides so many more learning opportunities than we would get if we were doing this on our own. So thank you for everybody that's here. Thank you for all the people that have participated. I really appreciate all of your time. Now it's going to be time to touch some grass. Make sure that you do something good for your health. Make sure you do something that's good for your mental health. Make sure you do something with your family and your friends. Take the time off during the weekends to make sure you can get in the right headspace. Do something fun. Do something good for the soul. That way, next week, we could show up for business ready to work, recharged and ready to go. All right, so I hope everybody has a great weekend. I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Tom. I really hope you all have a great weekend, and I will see you next week. Have a nice day, everyone.
Hello, everybody. We're back. We are back in the flesh. And I must say again, thank you, Ash. This was an amazing session, as always. Thank you so much, W's for Ash in the chat. I love the professionalism, everything, all the good stuff, values, everything. It's just, I always say that it's hard to go higher. I mean, hard to top this information. It's just amazing. So thank you again. Have a great weekend, Ash. And chat, welcome. Hello there. A little bit of a deja vu. I am, Bill. I'm trying my best. Don't worry. I am. So yeah, what a day so far. And of course, it's Friday. So we got a lot to talk about, right? A lot of things to talk about. How was your day so far, everyone? Anyone? I want to hear the stories. Hope nobody blew up any accounts, not even an evaluation account. I am a barber. Yes. That's a joke. Welcome. Yeah, so what a session. Yeah, it's a good thing that my gold trade earlier actually recovered some of that loss. So eventually we went down and took out that sell side at 568. No, I was not cutting his hair. Now, maybe I should open a brick and mortar, like a barber shop or something. Maybe that would be a good side income, right? Yeah, we did. All right. We did go down there. As I guess it goes up, all cryptos go up. That's a good question. Obviously, I mean, the simple answer would be risk on situation, right? I was actually surprised on how gold and NQ was going almost hand in hand, not obviously on the 1 minute chart, whatever, but on the big picture, gold and NQ was kind of going at the same direction. That's kind of interesting. Oh, I remember that image. Yes, Abhishek, I do remember. Yeah, I do that. Drew, that's my part-time job, usually. You blew your account, AMD. What happened? And the payout, I'm so lost. Oh my gosh, you were up $800. What happened, man? Too many trades. I guess you oversized, revenge trade, tilted, the usual situation, right? And I'm sorry to hear that, AMD, but you got to learn something from it. That's what we need to understand. We got to learn something from these situations. You got to do the reflection. Also, I mean, even though you blow up your account, you got to ask yourself, did you do your pre-market analysis? We talked about that. Did you have a plan when you sat down to trade? If you had a plan, that makes it so much easier. Really, that is one of the main things that's going to protect you from overtrading. Do you have a plan? For example, on this evaluation account, yeah, it's easy for me to say because this was just an eval, right? But I lost one trade, I won the other one. I have no plan right now. I actually had no plan to go short. So did you do your pre-market analysis? It was my to-be first ever payout, AMD. Oh my gosh. For the first payout, and you blew it. Oh man. Put some hearts in the chat for AMD. I feel for him because I was in the same situation. I was. I remember I was exactly at the same spot. And you know what? You got to learn something. The host, trader, the handsome, yeah, the barber. I do all that stuff. Yeah. So thank you so much. AMD, listen, you're at the right place. At MyFunded TV, we care for each other, right? We do care for each other. It happens to all of us, and we were in the same spot. I was at the exact same spot as you right now, ready for payout, and that was one of my first payouts. And I was actually not in the best financial position at that point years ago. I worked so much for it, and just at the finish line, I just blew it up. And trust me, it's part of the process. You have to go through on this, but you will make it back. Don't worry. Exactly, Abel. Exactly. Absolutely. You got to fall to be better. Exactly. It's part of it. I'm going to be the OG barber, right? Thank you. I think, as far as I know about Terry, she won the competition. So I think she got the paycheck as well. At least that's what I've heard. Not really sure. But so she won. Obviously, everybody's going to take a share from that money, right? No, she did good. She was a real good sport on the competition. So, yeah, Black Friday coming. Is it really a Black Friday or is it just a Black Friday in the markets? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. So, as I said, you got to plan. If you do your pre-market analysis, pre-plan what you're going to do, it's going to make it so much easier, right? And I know it's tempting when you see the opposite side playing out, like, oh my gosh, it's going the other way, let's just jump in. But when you have that plan, it's going to make it like simple. What model do you trade? What strategy do you mostly use? Razor, thank you for asking. I talked about this a few times. I'll try to explain it in a nutshell. If you want to follow me at my YouTube, there's my YouTube handle on the upper right corner. I used to talk about it. I stream every day and I talk more about my entry, my trading model. I'm basically looking for supply and demand zones as targets. That's the main thing. So I divide the trading model to two pieces. One piece is super important for everybody, by the way, that you must have a target. Without a target, it's just going to be very tough. So my targets are always the supply and demand zones. And what I'm looking for is a displacement in the direction of the zone. And I'll try to jump in on a classic ICT 2022 entry model, which is basically an old entry model, even older than the 2022 YouTube entry model. So I'm just looking for the displacement, an up closed or down closed candle with the fair value gap. And I'm looking for a pullback or retracement to that fair value gap, and I jump in. If the risk reward ratio is positive, I take the trade. That's it. That's how simple it is. I try to keep it as simple as possible. But yeah. How many trades do you usually do? About, including the London session and New York, because I trade both London and New York, about 3 or 4 trades a day, maybe. But it includes London and New York. So maybe 3 trades. I try to reduce it to like 2, maybe 1. That would be the goal. I will try to reduce it. One of my trading goals is to reduce for maybe 1 trade a day, if I can. But yeah. Terry's sharing. She was here? Oh, I didn't see her. Nice. 300K payout on 150. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, congratulations to Terry. Looking at your rules, my minimum profit per day, does it mean that every single day have to make? No. It definitely doesn't mean that. No. It just means that you need to make like 5 days, Manu, for a payout on a core and a scale account, you have to have minimum 5 days above $100. It doesn't have to be consecutive days. So if you just make like $20 a day, or you even end up in a negative balance, or if you just make it $1, it's no problem. The goal is to have 5 days above $100 of profit. That's it. That is it. It doesn't have to be consecutive. Yeah. What's positive risk to reward? Yeah, more than 1. At least 1 to 1. I'm not saying like 1 to 1 is perfectly good. I try to aim for 1 to 2. Like that's usually the best that I can go for. I mean, I know many of you guys might be aiming for like 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5, or 10R trades. We all know that, but that's a different story. I did a lot of back testing. I really checked everything I could, left and right throughout the markets. I forward tested, collected all the information I could. I would say the maximum you can squeeze out. That's not true. I mean, that's not exactly true, the maximum you can squeeze out. But I think for a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, if you aim for, that's actually quite good. You can, if you take partial profits along the way, or if you move your stop loss, that actually changes the equation if you really think about it. If you take a partial profit, that is changing that number. The risk to reward ratio is going to change at the very second if you take partials. So usually my average risk to reward ratio goes down to like 1.1, 1.2 ish. If I look at all the accounts. How long have you been trading? No, I've trading. I had a really bad runs from 2018 until 2020, like the pandemic. I lost a lot of money on my personal cash account on Forex. I was trading Forex and I was just burning money, depositing $3,000, $5,000, etc., etc. I burned a lot of money during those 2 years. So I stepped back and I stepped away and I stepped back in at 2021 and started to relearn everything from the basics. So I would say the real journey began from 2021, and I started with CFD prop firms. Never got a payout, and then moved to futures in 2023, and that's where I got my payout first in futures. So that's the short story. There's a longer story, but that's the short one. Yeah, MyFundedFutures definitely has easy payout rules. Yeah, exactly. A lot of good payouts happening. Exactly. You got TP in inventory? TPT. That's a different one. Of course, I have everything. Obviously, it's no secret I trade multiple, but right now we're focusing on these core and scale and pro accounts. I just want to say that the pro account is the next one I'm going to go with. The pro account is going to be something I'm looking forward to, because I decided I'm going to go with the bigger account. I'm going to go with the 150K one, because I want to increase the position size on that, we can do a meetup, obviously. We can do that. So, no, that's a long story. Hey, Jamie, good to see you. Yeah, I mean, by the way, the least amount of rules and the most freedom you get is definitely, MyFundedFutures, especially the pro account, if you really think about it. Basically, I mean, you don't want to trade the news anyway. Ask yourself the question, do you really want to trade your cash account, your personal cash account at a news release? That would be pure gamble. You wouldn't do that. And I never trade the news anyway. So I never trade it. I don't care about the news release. So if there's a news release at 8:30, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, that would be great, by the way. A funded traders meet. That would be just awesome. Starter accounts were good. I traded with them, with those as well. I do have core accounts. I have scale account, but as I said, I want to push it with the pro account. That would be really awesome. So I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, as I was saying, on the technical side, we went down, took out that 568, and swept liquidity from the left here, pretty much just going sideways. I have, as I said, no plan to go short. Oh, look at that. Do you guys want to ruffle everybody? All of a sudden, the whole chat is just went in. Nice. Yeah, trading the news is like gambling. I agree 100%. Yeah. So that's why I don't really care. And by the way, I think the market, as I said, nowadays don't really care about the news too much. Like it's doing the opposite way, the opposite things. The giveaway. Oh, there's always a giveaway. At MyFunded TV, so many free stuff you wouldn't imagine. I was talking in the early morning session about, preserving or saving your mental capital, your confidence. And because it's Friday, this topic always comes back. And I know you guys heard it already. But as I was explaining earlier in the morning session, those times when I lost some funded accounts, evaluation accounts and even funded accounts, those Fridays were the worst ones, actually. I hated those because emotionally, it's just, it takes a toll on you a lot. It really takes a lot. If you end up your week in a negative feeling, you're in a negative spiral, that's really going to have an effect on you, right? That's the thing. People chose less. Yeah. 200 people. Nice. 200 people in the raffle. Nice. Yeah. So, by the way, I'm looking at gold right now, and it pretty much seems to me that, yeah, it seems to me that we took out that 3812. And if I look at higher time frames, yeah, let me just look at it. If I go to the left, there is one more. Actually, I thought that there is one more level or one more zone, which there might be. Yeah, there is. So earlier, I did not spot this one. This is not an A+ level, that's for sure. But I totally forgot about this level on the 15 minutes. So if you look at the bullish candle at 9:30 from Tuesday, New York AM session. So this was the 9:30 candle, which makes it more exciting because this was at the market open. I think this is the direction that gold might want to go to, like 3816.5. And I'm going to extend this zone here, and I'm going to explain again, why do I think that this could be an interesting level for later. I'm going to zoom in on the 15-minute, and then I'm going to hop into the topic because I have a good one for you guys. Yesterday, we forgot to talk about that, but right now, there is a structure here. The high of this candle is 3820.7, and this candle has the high of 3820.8, which means that there's a swing point here. So there's a swing high. Technically, it makes it valid. I know it's not the best, but... And then, after that liquidity sweep, the market started to go lower. So we had a market structure shift, which was here. The problem with this, and this is why it's not going to be an A+ version, is that it only shifted with the wick. And even after it was having some trouble, then, retraced back into the zone and finally made the move. But nevertheless, currently, I'm going to extend this zone. Currently, this is the area where we are right now. This is a 15-minute demand, 15-minute supply zone. Supply zone. All right. So we have the 15-minute supply zone right here. I do have a strong conviction, a fairly strong conviction that that gold actually wants to go up to 38.16. That's what I think. I'm not taking a trade on this, but if I zoom out on the 5-minute and look at this bull flag thing, I think the target is just super clear, 3816.5 actually. Why not? That's just a possibility. Why not go for it? Anyway, let's go back to NQ. Oh yeah, Terry won. She won. She did. Congratulations. Is she here? I thought that she was here in the chat. Congratulations, Terry. So, for now, we're just going to wait a little bit. Chat is fast. I know, lots of free stuff. W's for Terry. Let's go. Again, you got to be good to Abhishek. He's the one who's deciding it. It's not my department, everyone. But anyway, again, because it's Friday, I want to talk about some of the emotions that we have on a Friday, but not especially Friday related, but, the emotional depth. Actually, like the emotional depth, which actually costs more than just a drawdown. That's the problem. So we got to talk about emotions again. Every trader is basically obsesses over drawdown, but there's a truth about this. Emotional depth costs you more than drawdown. It's going to cost you more than drawdown ever will. So that's why I need to talk about that. What's my model? Well, in a simple way, Knicks, I'm looking for supply and demand zones, and I'm looking for a displacement in the direction of those zones. And I'm using for entry a classic ICT 2022 entry model. I'm not an ICT core member, but I did learn a lot from him. So I'm kind of picked up some bits and pieces here and there, but I'm looking for supply and demand zones. I'm using them as targets. Some traders using them as entry models, but I'm using them as targets. So as I said, the emotional debt costs you more than drawdown ever will. Okay, you can refill your account, but rebuilding your confidence, your focus, all right, and your discipline, that's going to take months, because that's what we're working on, and that's going to take months, and that's the real cost. And that's why if you're working on your evaluation account for weeks and weeks, maybe even months, which is not a bad thing, by the way. I don't know who it was. Somebody was on my stream in London session. I don't remember his name. Was telling me that he started to do the 30-day challenge, which I told you guys that for 30 days, trade only with one micro on an evaluation account, and only focus on your one micro, and only focus on your setup. And guess what? This person came into my chat and showed that he's doing it. He was at 51,100. So he made $1,100 in profits with one single micro, trading only one micro with zero stress, almost like no stress. And he's doing it. And that's why you build up that, confidence. And that's why we need to protect that as much as possible. And I really like that. That's why if you take that challenge, you might not going to make profits, or it might going to take some time and effort, but that is what you are working on that challenge, actually. And so that's why I'm saying, rebuilding your confidence and your focus, that's the goal. Capital can be reloaded, right? We can always purchase a reset. We can always buy a new evaluation account, right? But your confidence cannot be reloaded. And that's what we need to focus on, the confidence. And I know Bull Barbie was covering her ears like she heard that enough. But we need to repeat that. That's what we're doing. So what is basically the emotional debt? Because it's also the same. We talked about this, but from a different angle, right? Emotional debt is basically equals to basically that's the baggage that you carry after a bad trading experience. That's the emotional debt. If you have a bad trading experience, hey Barbie, I was just talking about you. I miss you too. So the emotional debt is what you are carrying after a bad trade or a bad day, right? Depends on your trading model. But you've got to learn that. And obviously, it's not the dollars. It's not about the P&L. The mental scars, that's the problem. Those are left behind. Usually that's what we need to work on. Obviously, there are some examples like, for example, fear of taking a trade after a big red day, right? That's also an emotional debt. Overtrading because you're chasing to make back what you lost. That's also a thing, right? Exactly. And of course, distrust in yourself. That's also a thing because you're going to lose trust. The same boring stuff. I know. That's it. The same boring stuff. You're going to lose trust in yourself after breaking your rules. And that's a very heavy cost. And that's why I was so happy when someone came to the chat and talked about that he's doing the challenge with one single micro. That's just amazing. So if you're really feeling down and you want, and if some of you are saying like, oh man, I don't know what to do. I really need to start all over somehow. I need to build up that confidence. Emotional debt is so sexy. Thank you, Barbie. Thank you for saying that. I have a lot of emotional debt. So, oh my God, it's Friday. Okay. So, as I was saying, I'm malfunctioning right now. So we are basically doing the one micro challenge. Okay. We're doing the one micro challenge and take one trade every day, one micro. You can do that. Do you also facing latency issues in Quant Hour? No. Usually, I mean, sometimes it happens at the 9:30 market open, but usually everything is cool. Everything is cool. Everything is working just fine. No problem with that. I'm red. I gotta turn the. I mean, yeah, because there's some plutonium in the back, so that's why it's glowing. Don't worry about it. It's kind of hot here. So, so as I was saying, come on, get it together, man. All right. So drawdown ends when the day is over, okay? But the emotional depth follows into your tomorrow, right? The emotional depth is gonna follow into the next day. That's the problem. Right. Cool. I guess you guys are really interested, right? But I don't care. I'm like the bad teacher. We're still going to go through with this. Okay. Yeah. No, I know you guys care. I'm just joking. Yeah. But how does it really hurt the traders? Yeah, I got this question too. How does it hurt? It actually paralyzes you, right? Because you're going to fear pulling the trigger. You're going to miss the opportunities. That's what it's going to cause. It's going to cost you and cause. You're going to miss the opportunities. Fear of pulling the trigger pushes you into tilt. All right. We all know that. Chasing losses, right? To repay the debt. You want to show the market that you're better. I mean, all these things. It's so simple to prevent, by the way. If you want a mechanical system to prevent this, then just do the one micro challenge for 30 days. That's what you need to do. One micro challenge for 30 days. It's going to work. I promise you that this is going to work. Who won? Congratulations for the winner. I don't know. You just turned negative 1,700 to negative 200. No, Tran, you did great. That's it. You're done for today. Tran, you are absolutely done for today. Please. You did good. You made back $1,500. So that's more than enough to make back. So you used to, at least you keep that positive feeling that you made back from your drawdown. And you got back from your drawdown. You keep that for next week. All right. Do that. So obviously, I was talking about, the emotional debt is going to paralyze you. I like that, Coop. I love that. Yeah, short-term is good intraday trading for win losses. Hold on to long-term intuition. I love that. That's cool. I love that. So anyway, it's going to paralyze you. It's going to push you into a tilt, right? It's going to destroy your confidence. We talked about this because you stop trusting the process, right? If you do that, and actually that's the biggest issue. I mean, that's one of the biggest problems that it's hard for me to cope with and understand, because it's just so bad when you're working for weeks and weeks for an evaluation account or for a funded account, and all of a sudden it takes just one single day to destroy everything. Hey, Dreamer, what's up? One single day. And because of that one single day, it's going to cost you everything. And now I'm not talking about the account. The account is gone already. I'm talking about everything else. That is why you're feeling so bad, especially on a Friday. So if you're in drawdown on a Friday, if you still have some wiggle room to go, keep it for next week, okay? Don't force it. And that's what's costing you a lot. Also, it's not just destroying your confidence. The problem is that it's one bad day spiral. I mean, one bad day can actually spiral you into a whole negative sequence, right? Into a whole bad week. And the bad week can actually turn into a bad month. So, gotta prevent yourself from that. Like, most traders don't blow up from a single loss. They blow up from the weight of the emotional debt. That's the problem. You just can't handle it. As I said, the problem is already happening when you finish up the day in the red. That's not good, especially when you did not follow your system. And if you blow up your funded account or evaluation accounts, and you know that you did not follow your system, and it's not a Friday, for example, my advice to you is to maybe skip the next day. So if you're doing it on a Monday, don't trade on Tuesday. All right, come back on Wednesday, take a day off. Okay, and maybe do some tape reading, like read the narrative. Don't push the button next day. It's not good. Because that weight is going to be there on your shoulder. You're going to carry it with yourself, and that's how it goes. And I'm not I'm not talking about the account. You're going to lose much more than the account. Okay, so most traders don't blow up from a single loss. They blow up from the weight of the emotional debt. That's the problem. Yeah. And there's a difference. Yes, I know there's a difference between the drawdown and the emotional debt. I know that. There is absolutely a difference between drawdown and emotional debt. Drawdown is just a simple number. We all know it, right? It's just a number on the account. Emotional debt is the weight in your mind. That's what you carry. I just said it early in the morning, like one of my stories. I have many stories like this. When I blew up all like 5 funded accounts ready for payout, and in a Friday PM session, and I went into the weekend, totally, under and devastated, and absolutely like I was miserable on that weekend. Now that's the emotional weight that you're carrying, and it cost a lot, actually, right? Yeah, and of course, I know that like drawdown can be calculated. We all know that. Limited and managed. That's true, right? So there's a big difference. But emotional debt is basically invisible, right? It creeps into every decision. If you really think about it, the emotional debt is creeping into your decision, especially when you lost like a couple of funded accounts, or maybe you spent too much money on evals that you blow up. There could be so many reasons, and you're in a negative state of mind, and that feeling is going to creep into your decision-making process. And I really got this question quite a couple of times, and a lot of times in my streams, like how to start all over. Hey, Mario, good to see you. The day is awesome. The day is cool. Yeah. Happy Friday. I live in Hungary. Yes, Richard. Yes, I live in Hungary. So, hey, no problem, P. It's all good. I was copy trading. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was not copy trading. Today I was only, the New York session, I was only trading the evaluation account, one evaluation account to be exact. So where was I? Yeah. So the decision-making process is going to be affected. Ash said I was his barber. I told him to keep it as a secret, but I guess it's out now. So if anyone wants to get a cool haircut, let me know and we'll arrange it. Yeah. So don't let that to hurt your decision-making process. And yeah, so I was saying, like, I got this question, like, I don't even know how many times, like, is there a mechanical way to get over this? And I say, yeah, there is a mechanical way to get over this, but you got to start over, and you got to, decide beforehand, and you got to make peace with the process that is going to take you a lot of time. Not a lot of time, depending on what's a lot, right? I would say the process to start is going to take like minimum 30 days to 90 days, as I said, with that on micro challenge. That's it. Nice. Investor, you're doing micros, still hesitate. That's not bad. That's good, actually. Stay with the micros, maybe even size down to the smallest position, which is one micro, and focus on the setup. Do this for 30 days. All right. Do this for 30 days. It's gonna be, yeah. I'm gonna do a real mentorship, like a real time IRL mentorship. We're gonna be talking about trades, and I'm gonna be cutting hair while I do that. Right? That's gonna be part of it. Free haircut. Imagine, mentorship cost $5,000. Just saying. So, yeah. As I was saying, the difference between drawdown and emotional debt, like drawdown is going to be the symptom, but the emotional debt is going to be the disease. Okay. That's what I wanted to get to, but your ear fell off. Okay. All right. Oh, well, sorry. I just had to put it out there. And obviously there's a way. Yes, I know there's a way to manage this. Can you tell me the background color of your chart? I wish I can tell you. You know what I used to do? If you take a screenshot from my chart, there's a website, you can Google it. I don't know what it is. It's called Color Picker Online or something like that. And if you insert the screenshot, you can just exactly copy the colors. I don't even know what color it is. So I don't know. But there's a website that can help you out. I'm not saying that, but I'm always hungry. That's true. I gotta lose weight, man. I gotta lose weight. I do have some extra weight though. Yes. Oh, thank you, OP Guardian. Sorry. Thank you. That's kind of you to say. Thank you so much. How much would you charge me to my lawn and shave? Okay, so lawn mowing, shave your head. Okay, and to 2-1 discount. Okay, you know what? Because you said we have to do the lawn mowing too, that's gonna be $6,000. I'm sorry, and that's a discount price. All right. I know, Juice. I know. Oh, of course, because you don't see me like you see me like until here, but you don't see I have a belly. So I'm sorry. Yeah, a lot of food. That but it's cool. Actually, I can use some visual effects to make me look like I don't know, some superhero. We'll see. Oh, thank you. Bitcoin is fine. Thank you. I will post my Bitcoin wallet address. That's cool. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm just going to blush again. So, managing the emotional debt. Come on, everybody, behave. All right. Very full drawdown. Oh my gosh, this is going to be awesome. My God, it's good that it's Friday. But hey, it's crazy Friday. Okay. Who cares? I mean, Oh, if I think about it, that was weird to say. Anyway, managing the emotional depth. You guys gonna be surprised. Have a daily stop. Wow, new information. Wow, we never heard this. It's true. Obviously, daily stop is it prevents small losses from snowballing into emotional trauma, obviously, right? Journaling the emotional state. And that's what I'm doing, by the way. I do journal, but I'm writing down emotional states as well. How I was feeling, like how confident I was in a certain trade or a situation or about the market context. I ask myself, the usual question, was my analysis correct? Was I confident in the analysis? Exactly, Camilo. Puskás is, by the way, I have to stop here for a second because Ferenc Puskás, famous Hungarian football player, is basically one of my idols in life. He's my superhero, actually. Yeah, he passed away, I know, many years ago, but Ferenc Puskás is my superhero. Absolutely a great life, great player, and a lot of achievements. Yeah, exactly. He was absolutely great, and I have books about him, about his life. I saw documentaries. I think he's just He was one of the greatest Hungarians. You know. Anyway, I'm your superior. Nice. So, yes, journaling the emotional state. You can also, I mean, ask yourself, was I confident taking that setup? You know, after asking, I look like her future. What? Okay, I tried to pretend I did not read that. So, not as great as Orb. Oh my gosh, we're not going to go into politics. So, where was I? Yeah, the usual response. So journal the emotions as well. That's also important, right? And as I said it many times, detach yourself from the P&L. All right, P&L will be a byproduct of trading. That is definitely going to be a byproduct. Okay, a losing trade is never going to be equal to a losing trader. All right, one trade is not going to define you as a trader. Even if you have a losing week, it's definitely not, or a losing month, it's not going to define you as a trader. Ezra, good to see you, man. It's not going to define you as a trader. The market actually doesn't really care about you. I'm sorry. I mean, the market is not here to babysit us, but also like, it's not going to define you. All right. Also, like, you can build like some cool down periods into the routine, right? Like, for example, stepping away when the tilt triggers. That's also like something you can do. You know, go to the gym, like some breathing exercise. You know, just to flush the mental noise. You can always use a hammer. I told you guys a couple of weeks ago. You can use the hammer. Only if you have some extra money on your bank account, if you can afford it, you can use the hammer to smash your screens or your computer if you have more money. And that way you can protect yourself from overtrading. If you're trading from your cell phone, I'm sorry, you have to throw away your cell phone too. It's going to take some extra money, I know, but it's possible. So that's just the way. So cool down routine. I'm just saying. And last but not least, which I always say to you guys, reflect. Okay, reflections. Yeah, fancy word. Reflecting on yourself, right? That's, yeah, exactly. That's important. I'm getting the hang of trading. I'm up 1900 on the first week. That is awesome, Bob. Okay, then you should not be pushing it at all. You're done for the week, man. You're definitely done. And so why is this important? Managing this emotional debt is because every trade should end up on the chart and not in your head. Once you step away from the screen, especially on a Friday, we leave everything at the charts. You know, touching grass, you know, or maybe lawn mowing, do the kitchen, whatever, wash your clothes. I don't care. I mean, you got to do something good around the house, by the way. Try it out. I said this the other day. Try it. Do something good around the house or where you live. You know, clean it, wash the clothes, do the dishes, you know, whatever. Gold dropped. Oh my God. Let me see. Oh no, gold dropped. It's a good thing I'm not trading it, I guess. Gold dropped. Touching grass. Yeah. You only trade NQ, but I might try taking ES or GC. Any advice? Trade GC. I'm not because ES is bad or something, but ES and NQ are basically almost like walking hand in hand. I would say for diversity, it's a good thing to have gold in the portfolio. But as I'm saying this, I'm also I have to admit that I trade like 90% NQ and 10% gold. Okay, so I'm usually using gold or trading gold during the London session when NQ is not really moving. So if the index futures are not really moving at all, or some sideways action, maybe we see some movements in gold, but that's it. Yeah, I had my first ever W day every day. My first ever W day every day you were winning. Nice, Bob. Congratulations. Okay. Yeah, I mean, OP Guardian, obviously you can look into ES as well. I'm just saying that gold also can move quite decently. But I mean, I would say, quite decent, but it's also tricky. Like gold can do some dirty moves, especially in London session. I don't know if you trade the London session, but just got to be aware of that, okay? It can do some dirty moves there. Yeah. And obviously, which I wanted to talk about, the psychology shift about the emotional debt, right? Because that's also important. No celebration for the 50K. Oh, who won the 50K? Congratulations if someone won the 50K. Thunderbird, you're winning every day. You make $1. That's good. Green is green. $1 a day is green. Oh, the 50K celebration. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. There was no celebration. We have to throw a party or something. Yeah. So again, you got to remind yourself, and that's the psychology shift. Losing money is only temporarily, okay? That's just temporarily. And losing belief in yourself is permanent unless you rebuild, okay? So you got to rebuild. You cannot let yourself to lose belief in yourself. So when you feel like that, you got to remind yourself that you got to get up. You got to get up and go again and go again. And just, you can't let yourself beaten down by the market. The fact that I really like about this trading, and I always said this to myself in those years when I couldn't reach a payout, like, I know this is what I want. This is what I want. I want to make money from trading. If XYZ people could do that, I can do that too. So I'm just not going to, there's no option B. I keep saying that. There's no other plan to go with this. This just has to work. If it's going to take me years, it's going to take me years. Obviously, on the financial part, obviously I had my rules not to throw more money than I could afford, but I just have to make it. And the good news is for you guys, especially the ones who did not reach the payout yet, is that it's going to happen. It's going to happen as long as you're not giving up. AMD, what's up, man? I'm struggling quite a bit right now with emotions. What would you recommend? I'm the one. I know. I remember you, AMD. AMD, listen. I'm saying this, and I know it will be very hard to do it. I know it will be hard, but that's why we like it. If I were you, AMD, I would obviously restart with the evaluation account. Do the 30-day challenge with 1 micro. Now your primary goal is to regain that confidence, okay? Focus on the setup. Do the challenge. The next 30 days, forget about the money. I don't know your financial situation, and you don't have to share it with us. This is not about that. If you have some other income, if you have a job or a business or any other income stream that you have, Kaysen, because it moves faster. I like the adrenaline. For me, ES moves slow. That's the short answer, but there's more to it. So, AMD, I would say go with the 1 micro. Forget about the profits. Forget about passing the account in 30 days. So, yes, you're going to get rebuild in the next month. So, who cares? Your goal right now is to rebuild the confidence in yourself. And I keep repeating this 1,000 times just today, and I'm going to say it 10,000 times next week. That's your goal. So don't focus on the money. Detach yourself completely. Focus on the setup. You're going to pass your evaluation account. I know that. If the challenge is to hold yourself of taking bigger trades than just one micro. All right. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. I see that there are more winners right now. So just got to remind yourself, losing money is temporarily. Losing belief in yourself, AMD, I'm saying this to you, losing, and everybody, obviously. Losing belief in yourself is permanent unless you start to rebuild. And I forbid you not to rebuild. So, and anyone, you got to start rebuilding. Protecting your mindset is more important than protecting a single trade, right? So many sticky notes, by the way, you can put on your desk. I always have sticky notes, by the way, on my desk. I can show you. Here's one. Here's a sticky note. I have it on my screen here. I can read it to you. Do you want me to read this sticky note? I can read this to you guys. Each trade is simply an edge with the probable outcome and statically independent from every other trade. Nice, huh? Sticky note. Just showing. Each trade is simply an edge with the probable outcome and statically, not statistically, statically independent from every other trade. And I also underlined the main levels here, like each trade is statically independent. That's the most important part. Each trade is statically independent. Just because you lost a trade earlier and you went in with your A+ setup and now you feel like, oh my God, the next trade is going to be, oh, I don't know what I'm going to be if I lose the next trade. No. And you know what? The next A+ setup is going to happen in an hour, in the same session, for example. You already had one trade which ended up in a loss, and it was an A+ setup. You got to remind yourself that each trade is statically independent. All right? So forget about that fear. You should not be scared at all. Execute that A+ setup. Oh, can you lose the second trade again? Of course you can. Yes. But that's a whole different story. That's where we go to analysis. That's where we go to the backtesting, data collection, blah, blah, blah. All that such that we talked about, right? So remind yourself, this saying, a disciplined trader in drawdown still survives. A tilted trader in drawdown is not going to survive. All right? Yeah, it's heavy, I know. So let's just summarize it. All right? Let's just summarize it. Drawdowns hurt your account. Emotional debt is going to hurt your future. Emotional debt is going to hurt your future. Capital can be replaced, but confidence cannot be. Okay? Survive mentally first. And then financial recovery will follow. All right? Right. So again, you don't need to win every trade, right? You just need to stop carrying emotional debt from the last one. Try to detach. Okay? That's it. That is it. You need an account. Everybody needs an account. Everybody needs an account. So this was the topic I wanted to. Yesterday I wanted to talk about this, but I guess it's good for a Friday, right? Because you need to protect your energies, your positive vibes. How many evaluations I have? Well, currently I have like, I don't know, 5 or 6. I don't know. Something like that. I have like 11 or 12 funded accounts. And obviously, I'm always looking to build some more evals. Why not? Oh, look at that. Yeah, we're going up there. I don't know what's happening. Was there some news release or something? Maybe there was. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe there was something. Not really sure. Hey, Magnus, what's happening? I'm just reading. Were you ill or something? Come on, man. I'm going to send you some energy there. I hope you're feeling better. Dude, I totally forgot that you ask you. Do you copy trade all the accounts? No, I rotate the accounts. I mean, I do copy trade sometimes, like 2 accounts, maybe 3. I'm actively trading on 4, maybe 5 funded accounts actively, and the rest of the accounts I'm like just taking it slow, very slow. I forgot to ask him. I know, Trader H. I forgot to ask him. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, yeah, chat, that is absolutely. I mean, I tried copy trading. Whenever I tried, I don't think I'm gonna stay for the stream with Matt. I think they're gonna come with Steven, right? Steven is gonna be here, I think. So whenever I tried copy trading all my accounts, it always ended up very badly. My net worth, $100 billion. Yes. So exactly. So I'm not doing that type of copy trading. I'm not saying never, but I'm definitely not going to do it for quite a while. This is just, it's just not my style. Just not something I like to do. No, I'm not going to crash the bed. Actually, I'm going to go out and to the grocery store. I really need to buy some food. I'm hungry, Any questions, by the way, let me know. I think how much? Oh, I only have less than 2 minutes. I want to say, by the way, again, because it's Friday, I am so grateful for you guys, everybody, MyFunded TV, the hosts, everyone. I really enjoyed the morning sessions with Barbie and Nick. That was just awesome. I know I go crazy. I know I am. But we need to have some fun. Trading is so boring and really sweeps the mind, right? So we gotta have some fun, and I just like to go crazy. And it was a really good morning. I liked the ideas, the conversations, the trades as well. So, and the positive vibes also. So this was a really, really good week in every way. Oh, thank you, AMD. Thank you so much. I mean, that's why I'm always saying, if I can help with just an advice or anything, yeah, I'm Bruce Wayne. That's my other name. Yeah. So just let me know if you guys would like to join into my streams. There's my YouTube handle in the upper right corner. It's Tom Sabo Biz on YouTube, and the same on X. I stream at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every day. I mean, that's the London session, and from next week I'm going to be doing my New York streams too, like I did before this week, at the market open 9:30 to around 11. So that's what I'm here for. Thank you so much. Yeah, so it was a great week. I really enjoyed it. Overall, ended up in the green, and that's why I keep saying, just don't give it back to the market. You just can't give it back to the market. That's not what we do. Hey, the Rocket Scooter fam is here. Yeah. Hey, good to see you guys. Leo, what's up? Yeah. Everybody, how's it going? Kabooshed. So that's going to be the new slang. I know that. That's going to be the new thing. You got to ask the mods. I don't know about the list. Yeah. So it was great. It was really, really, just a second. Okay, I'm just gonna say goodbye now because I have the word that Matt and Steven is here. That's gonna be awesome, everybody. So I'm just gonna say goodbye, and this was a great week. I'm gonna be back on Monday and the usual session. God bless you all, and recharge over the weekend. Thank you, MyFunded TV. Stay around for Matt and Steven because oh my gosh, this session is gonna be awesome. So God bless everybody, and thank you so much. Have a great session. I'm ready to transition. All right, cheers, everyone.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Hey, Steven in the house. Hold on one second. I cannot hear Steven.
Can you hear me now? How are you?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
I'm doing well, thank you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Finally, after all this time, I've been meaning to chat with you.
Yeah, it's been great. Really, thanks for the opportunity. Again, be here for a whole hour. Be really great. Of course, the markets are really super slow. Did you buy the gold there on the pullback? That was a beautiful long.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's really great.
I was gonna tell you, I heard that Luke was playing a joke on you and telling you I was into liberal politics. I gotta let you know he was definitely joking about that. I don't know if you remember.
I didn't believe him.
I'm as Texan as it gets, man. So I thought that was pretty funny though.
It's awesome. That's a beautiful.
I thought about joking by coming in here with like blue hair and a nose ring just to joke.
Oh my God, no! Don't do that to me. You go. That's a nice long there. The 5 went negative. See that set up? Okay, beautiful. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. It's been quite a day. This market's been interesting. We've been getting good news the last couple of weeks, and then the market decided to sell off in the middle of it. What do you take of all of it?
Well, the volatility is back, which is good. I want to see volatility. I mean, gold, really great patterns in gold today. Great patterns on the index futures today, and caught the highs for a short. They dropped 40 points on the S&P. NASDAQ hit what, that 24,740 level. It dropped over 100. I'm bearish as all hell, but a couple of things. When the S&Ps were making new highs, the NASDAQ really couldn't make new highs, NASDAQ futures, and then they finally caught up. But then the sell divergences are really what really kept the market in check here. Had a really, some really great opportunities there. Right after that consumer sentiment number, S&Ps push up to the 03 3/4, and they literally dropped like 20 handles like in no time. And then the pattern really was off. I don't know if you can see my screen or not. How do I share my screen?
Yeah, if you guys produce, you don't mind if you can show Steven's screen. There you go. There you go.
So if they're looking at it was all again yesterday and today. The big pattern here is a 60-minute MACD on my algorithm and everything. I'm still bearish on my 60-minute time frame, and basically when we got this big push up here, that was a great long on the gold on the 5. And you can see the push up here to 662.37. So when I come in every morning, I look at the bigger time frames, 15, 30, and 60-minute time frames, and all my strategies are based upon divergences. And and so what you want to do here is I already knew that I was going to get buy reversals on the 15 and 30-minute time frame, but it doesn't mean that based upon my methodology, I'm in a buy disconnect, meaning 2 of the 3 time frames are bullish, 1 is bearish. And when I see this push up here, look at this. I mean, this is a Picasso. This is a non-confirmation. Here, look at Tesla. We called it highs in Tesla on the short. You tell me where the hell is this? All the 60-minute time frames today. Microsoft, we were shorting, drops 5. Tesla dropped 14. I mean, look at this, 434. We were shorting Tesla, but 434. The way I have the math written on this is that all the strategies are based upon divergences. So you can have so I have 3 time frames, 5 conditions, and 10 strategies. That's it. Buy and sell divergences. So basically, when Tesla's pushing up here to new highs, it opened here at 428.50. I let it run. And once it got above the 434, 433.90, I said, let them have them. Forget it. But where's this thing going? You're making new highs. The MACD couldn't confirm the high here. So, you know, for me, I mean, this is just one of many divergences here. Even here on the 30-minute, the 30-minute MACD, the 30-minute MACD technically should have went up and went higher with it, and it didn't. So basically, this is just, again, I'm in a negative trend on the 15, 30, and 60-minute time frame. So this was a monster sell divergence and a negative trend on Tesla. The spiders, the S&P, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I mean, I couldn't say short fast enough after that number, you know? And but you know, this is what I've been teaching everybody, and we had a banner day here. I mean, so many people, you know, with 5 accounts at MyFundedFutures. I think somebody just posted something just now in my Discord that they just made about 1,900 on 5 accounts today. So
very nice, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it's about. You know, I'm not here for people to. I'm here. You know, I've 43 years in the game. You know, traded nearly $2 billion.
You're 43 years in the game, and I'm 43 years old. That's crazy.
Yeah. So
as old as I am is how many years you've been trading. That's incredible.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is that, you know, been around such a long time, and now I just want to, you know, now I just want to look at this guy. Someone just made $93 on 36 accounts. How's $3,300? Wow, I don't know how they got 38.
I guess that scales pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people have different, you know, different relationships with different firms, but you know, I know Luke such a long time, and you know, I was so I was teaching at night. A bunch of people asked me to help them along the way, and I started just teaching during the 8 to 10 o'clock session at night, you know, a couple of nights a week, and take on some students and everything like that. And I started seeing some really unbelievable. Well, I kind of knew, I know, because my son and I used to trade the Tokyo session on Sunday and a couple of nights during the week. And then I was teaching him how to trade, and you know, I would trade with him and by his side. And how long has
your son has been trading? How old is your son?
Oh, my son's 26. He's working at TradeStation now, but before he was in high school and in college, we would just, you know, a couple of nights a week, we would just trade, try to make 300 to 500, just, you know, for the Tokyo session. Now we just teach him in his account, and then basically what happened was I saw these great moves, and one night, one of my guys made about $2,900 trading gold, and you know, I said, wow, this is pretty interesting. So I came back here, and I just decided that I wanted to, you know, really enhance it. And then Luke invited me down to Miami to meet the team and everything. And I pulled Luke aside and I said, Luke, you know, you're missing out here, man. There's a great market here at night. You maybe get between 6 to 12 moves a night, and we're averaging about 8 to 12, 8 to 10. And I said, you know, it's just a remarkable time to trade index futures and commodity futures like gold. So, you know, we get more trades in gold than the indexes. Last night we caught two great shorts on the S&P, 2 on the NASDAQ, and then we caught probably about 6 or 7. One gold dropped from 83.5 down to like 74. So that was a pretty, actually 68.5 it dropped down to. So then it caught some longs and some shorts. So, you know, my philosophy is this, right? If you can make 10 points a day on the S&P and $10 a day in gold, that's more than enough to feed your family if you have multiple accounts, you know. And I'm not trying to be cocky by a landslide, you know, here. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that $10 is easy to achieve, but the way I have my methodology and how these patterns set up and everything, you know, you obviously got to maintain discipline. You got to lower your stops. You got to have stops in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there's no reason why. And, you know, nobody should really trade alone. You know, you have someone with my experience, you know, I've seen it all. Slow markets, crazy markets, insane markets. You know, this is why, you know, a lot of people, I mean, I've come across people, and I'm new to this prop world, you know. I'm not one to like rah, use this code, and get affiliates, because I don't believe in any of that, you know. My goal is for people to pass and people to be successful, right? Sure. And you know, there must be a dozen people I've come across who I've never met before in my life who've come to me and asked me for help, and of course I'll always help. But that they spent, X amount of dollars on 100 prop accounts and blew them up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like me going to the Daytona 500 and they pick me out of the crowd to go race, and I'm like, and I'll crash around turn 1. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah.
I may make it around turn 1, but turn 2, I'm definitely crashing into the wall. I have no idea what I'm doing. But so these people who are just reckless, they, one of my 5 keywords is patience. They're impatient to learn. There's, based upon what I do is a methodology that I researched for 10 years. And if you follow the methodology and you follow the sequences thereafter. Now, I do use indicators, and indicators lag and price leads, but the indicators I have paint the picture.
I have a question for you about that. So some people at this segment may not be familiar with the strategy. I mean, everybody knows who you are. Obviously, you're one of the biggest names around. So, but maybe people aren't familiar with what it is you do. Do you mind giving us like a quick little breakdown of like, what are your indicators and how do you compensate for the lag in an indicator, and how do you act on, like, give like maybe a 1-minute spiel, because I want the people here to get used to what it is you're doing.
So basically I'm 43 years in the game, and I was probably one of the biggest day traders in the world in US equities. And then I mean, literally I would move the tape every day. I would move markets, and I had well over $1 billion line of credit, and I was trading, and was the biggest bullet trader, which was a synthetic option strategy to be able to go short on. And for me, I think that I learned from two very important people. One, my friend Steve taught me about consistency, and my other friend who taught me that in this business, you have to always be changing and think ahead, 10 steps ahead. So when the markets went to decimalization and the 8-point market disappeared and completely evaporated the market transparency of the depth of the markets, I decided to take 1 year of my life, and that 1 year of my life actually became 10 years of my life. Spent a few $1 million on building technology to help me with market direction. And believe it or not, I always believed in forward testing, not back testing. I believe in using multiple time frames. I have indicators that are preset on TradingView and on TradeStation. And the thing that gives me a lot of great joy is the fact that I make it very simple to learn. I like to laugh and joke around in the trading room. Today when we're shorting Tesla and S&Ps, and I'm screaming, it's Christmas in September, and I just love the fact that the game offers you a challenge, and it's you against the markets. And I tell people all the time that the markets, have no soul. The market has no soul. So basically, don't think the market's your friend. The market wants to destroy you, but we want to destroy the market, right? We want people to extract money every single day. And if you could be consistent every single day, and it's not that hard, the thing that's hard is that people are their own worst enemies. They don't adhere to stops. They think they're bigger than the market, and they just fight it. There's nothing wrong with taking a loss. I've taken losses, but I get right back in, right? I don't get upset. It's a loss. I'm preservation of capital. Sometimes a news event triggered that caused the imbalance to buy, or if I'm short, etc. But in fact, that what you really need to do is to, adhere to stops, and then there's always another trade. I mean, yes, it may take me, if I'm short, 20 S&Ps or 30 S&Ps, and I lose 5 handles, and or 7-8 handles on a trade. Okay, well, I take my lumps, and then. But it may take me 2 trades to make it back. But I'm confident with my ability, I'll get it back. It's not a problem.
How many trades would you say on average in the New York session would you make a day? And I say trade by being like in and out, like one round trip trade. About how many would you say you do?
Well, I think that's a great question. So basically my research has shown me that on any given day, you'll get anywhere from 6 to 8 great trades a day using the 5-minute, anywhere between 2 to 4 on the 15. However, okay, that's based upon patterns. But then, I could literally do 30 to 50 or 70 scalp trades a day on the S&P. I mean, there's scalp trading and then there's pattern trading, right? So it depends. Like, for example, right now, if the S&P is going to go up to 87, you short 87 to 91s, shorting them in and out. So if you sold 87s just now, and they just, or 80 was a high here, 87 and a halves. Let me just see what they were just now. Just give me an example. So if the S&Ps just rallied here, where are they here? Just hit 88 and a half. So now they're trading 86 and a half. Boom, 2 handles done. Right.
So your average on your scalping, what is your average? I would say, like, how many
1 to 3
ticks or how many points you usually go for on a scalp?
I don't go ticks, I go points. 1 to 3. Okay. So that's a 15 overbought after the 30. So that's a short up there if they get up there again. So, for me, I think one of the most important things is reading the patterns, understanding using the bigger time frames, knowing when to use the smaller time frames involved. And these patterns repeat themselves every day. Everything I do is based upon visualization and repetition. And so, you can see it even in the night session. So last night, the mindset was we were in gold. We were in a buy trend on the 15, 30, and 60-minute time frame. And I said the Chinese market's going to open and let it open. And I said, I'm looking for gold to get up to 82, 83, 83 and a half, 84. And then next, it opened, got up to 80 and a half, dropped down to 78. And then I said, patience, and boom, right to 83 and a half, and then drop 15, right? Now, a lot of people wrote it all the way down. I'm happy with my, 1.5, 2, 3 out. There's always another trade, right? But that was a sell divergence pattern into the in the positive trend. Okay, so it really is a really great. We had, I think Luke gave away. Luke did give away 150K core accounts last night. The idea was if we got over 1,000 views on YouTube, we had like 1130. Look at these S&Ps just dropped 3. Basically, if you're able to, and I thought that was phenomenal. I mean, so far we're doing the Asian session now 3 weeks now from 8 to 10, and MyFundedFutures has given away over 415, prop accounts. That's insane. What question I have on that?
To go with your strategy, so I have some. I'm reading chat right now, and chat has a bunch of questions for you. So a couple of things is on your your 2 different styles of trading. That's actually pretty cool. And so if you're doing 1 to 3 points, that can happen a million times a day. And then your good setups, maybe like 5 or 10. What would you say, like for scalping S&P or NASDAQ? Because a lot of these folks are trading prop with MyFunded.
Yeah.
And so they're always looking for position sizing guidelines and stuff. What would you say on a scalp trade is your average position size? And what would your stop loss be for a scalp trade of that size?
Yeah. So that's a great question, actually. So there's 4 mindsets that you have to factor in, right? One is the trade going to be a pattern trade or a scalp trade? 2, how many contracts? Everybody's different. If you align 10 people together, and I said, okay, look at short S&Ps 88 and a half to 91 and a half, 92 and a half, something like that. This is a scalp. I will bet you my life that all 10 people have 10 different entries, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Easily.
So basically, so you have to determine a pattern, a scalp. Then you have to determine, okay, then you're going to have to determine if the trade is, how many do you want to trade? And then are you trading big ones? Are you trading micros? And then here's the 4th one. If it's scalping, this is really irrelevant. But if it's a pattern, is it going to make a new high or a lower high? Is a pattern going to make a new low or a higher low? And that's really important, right? These are the mindsets that go through. Now, if you're scalping, that 4th one goes bye-bye. So if you sold 88 and a half, they just dropped down to 86, you cover. Okay, I'm getting overboard on the 15s here. So any rallies here, probably 88 and a half, 89, probably go up like 4 or 5 points, scale into the short. And so when I like to scale in, if I'm shorting, just give you an example, 89s, I'll go 89, 90 and a halves, 92s, and I go 93 and a halves. I'm scaling in. But every time I scale in, I go bigger on the size up, right? So if I go, let's say, I'm just giving an example, 1, 2, 4, 8, or 5, 10, 20, 40 contracts. You know what I'm saying? So I think that, like last night, somebody said, and I'm against this, but I can't tell people what to do. Somebody said to me, I love doing single lot entries. Whoa, I think that's a written prescription for failure. Meaning, let's say, for example, you sold S&Ps at 87 now. This thing goes to 93. So what are you going to have? A 15-point stop? Yeah, I mean, true. That's, a single lot entry doesn't work per se. I literally watch almost every tick on the S&P, or NASDAQ or gold. It just really doesn't pan out to do a single lot entry. The scaling in and scaling out process that I've taught so many people has really revolved and helped people immensely into their trading world. So
you're scaling into like a bigger position, like you're rolling contracts in and then rolling contracts out while maintaining
constantly hand on the mouse constantly. Right. This morning when the S&Ps pushed up, it hit up 70, whatever, got up to 82, scalping in shorts, dropped to 77, 76, traded back up to 88 and a half, 89, 90 and a half, boom, right down $6. So that was pretty fast though, I love kind of red numbers per se, and but again, for me, it's really about understanding you cannot take emotions into the game, right? You have to be able to be very professional, lower your stops, raise, be able to have the patience to trade the market, identify the patterns, and then from there, go get into a position based upon, the way the market is trading in a way that you want to be able just to hit singles and doubles all day long. I mean, yes, there are some patterns like today we had the 1040 pattern. S&Ps were trading around the 79 level. Okay. So if they just drop here, lower your stops, 88 and a half, 88, 87s, right? Okay. All right. So again, he just sold 89 and a halves. It just got down to 80 or 90s. He just got down to 88 and a half.
A couple questions about this. The chat is going crazy trying to figure some of this out. Couple questions. So your setup is fantastic. The first time I ever introduced you, I saw some videos on YouTube. You've got just like this array of screens and this room full of people, which is incredible. The questions people are asking is, A, is your camera moving with AI or do you have a camera person?
Look at these S&Ps. I'd lower your stop on the S&Ps here or just cover them, Hugo. You hear me? Good job, Hugo.
Like your camera follows you around so perfectly.
Right now? I'm not even moving.
Yeah, like whenever you're moving, the camera pans around really nicely.
I don't know, Michael. What kind of camera is this? Michael hooked it up. It's AI. It's an AI camera. Yeah,
that's so cool, man.
But look, 87 and a halves. See, boom. There you go. Good job, Hugo. Real money.
And so the gentleman behind you is Hugo. Who are the two folks behind you?
Rick and Hugo. They're famous now. Okay, say hello. Or Luke knows them. Rick hasn't seen you. Luke hasn't seen Rick. Rick goes to bed at 10 o'clock every night. He can't handle the Tokyo session. Hugo,
it's hard, man. It's a hard session.
Hugo needs crutches to get out of here at 10 o'clock at night.
Sometimes, this week most of us need crutches in this market.
6 Red Bulls. So
you guys been working together?
Well, no, they're just visiting me. Rick is from Houston, Texas, and Hugo's from Philadelphia.
Hey, I'm from Houston, Texas. Rick.
There you go.
Which area of town in Houston?
In the Champions area.
Champions area. Okay, nice. I'm over in Memorial, so I'm not too far from you.
Not too far at all.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. So anyway, so I really, like I said, there's 2 handles there, it could drop even further. The 15s are rolling over. So I have sells here. So, if they get higher, I'd look to short them again. But, the one thing people really have to understand is that you have to look also in the context that the market's very slow right now. In the first hour and a half, the markets are the best, in my personal opinion, the first hour and a half is the best time to trade the market.
Why do you think that is? Like a lot of the traders here are new. Basically, most of them, I think, in the chat have probably been trading less than 5 years. Maybe some of them less than a year. What would you say is the main reason that the first hour or so is the best in your opinion? And then, when should you trade and when should you avoid to trade?
No, I mean, there's always great hours to trade the market,
Mhm.
but I just think the most volatility comes on the opening. I mean, and then you'll get some good activity between 2:30 and 4. But I don't understand. I've been doing this game a long time. I don't understand why there's a lull from 11:30 to 1:32. Now, normally, when you do get really great setups, you'll get the 15-minute time frame setting up between 12 and 2 o'clock. And what time is it now? 1 o'clock. So these are the 15 setting up for a short here. So, again, no, Amy made her goal today. Good job. So, for me, there's various points. Like I know, for example, like 10:40, 11:20, 12:40, certain periods of the time of the day, I know patterns are going to set up also.
Yeah.
It really is like almost clockwork. But what people need to remember is, when you're trading in this world, you want a mentor, you want technology, you want to learn a methodology, you want to learn a system that you can visualize, see it, and be able to benefit from based upon conditions. So, for example, we're all understanding when you get in a car and the light goes from red to green, red, yellow to green, you can go. Okay, and this is exactly the same thing. It's a methodology. It's you want to, when you're trading, you want to be very loosey-goosey. You want to be very natural. You can't do revenge trading. Again, a loss is a loss. Next, you're just trying to make it back, right? And this week, Hugo had a couple mistakes, so I helped him and tweaked, but he'll never make those mistakes ever again. But again, people tend to fight a position. People are doing things that I have no idea what they're doing a lot of times. For me, I think the most important, I was short these 91 and a half, 92s up here. Okay. If they get up there, and up around 4 or 5. So here they just dropped down to 87. He covered. Now they're rounding again. Okay. The 15s are getting overbought into the negative trend here. So, again, a couple handles here, a couple handles there.
Yeah.
Listen, if you make 100 here, 100 there. Listen, can you imagine this? Just hear me out for a second, right?
Okay.
You have 5 accounts linked. You pass your eval. You make $500 a day. That's $55,000 a month. You're coming home with a check for $48,000. That doesn't suck. But what
not bad at all.
do? People fight. People just constantly fight the way that they're trading. They fight all the internals. They just want to fight it. They just don't want to. It's hard for them sometimes if they take a profit, and it's just really something that they they just have trouble with, and it's mind-boggling to me, if you ask me. It's mind-boggling why you want to be able to be in a position where you're constantly fighting you're fighting. Why not just make it easy on yourself? Trade the market, take your profits, hit your singles and doubles, and that's that. Okay, that's that. And for me, I think the most important thing is cover 92 and a halves. You go here 92, 93s if they get down there. So for me, I think what's really super important is, and this is what I teach people, right? And this is just a scalp trade right now, right? So for me, if you think that trading is an art, okay, to me trading is an art. I don't believe in the science in trading. I believe that the psychology of trading should be that you come in, look, here we go. Let's go. 92s, you go. Got it. There you go. Right? 94 to 92. Right? There you go. All right. So, 2 handles here, 2 handles here, 4. And this is slow. This is like not even a market that you really want to trade. But I'm taking this off the 15-minute condition in the negative trend. So,
Yeah.
So, but you know, people are, I mean, today was a monster day in gold today. Look at this, 91 3/4. This thing's going to drop. But you know, the one thing people really need to realize is that I stream every day from 9 to 4. I have my own method. Look, 91s. Look at this. See, there you go. There you go. There you go. But people, like, I mean, here are 2 handles here, 2 handles here. You know, that's 4 of 10, but I'm just giving an example, right? In live markets here, you sold 89s, drops down to 87, sold 92s, 93s, 4s, you cover 92s, you know, in and out. But this is the type of market that's the market right now. And there may be markets where, like back in March or April, where the S&Ps are moving 30 handles at a clip, you know?
Yeah, it was great.
Look at the S&P.
Good times. What was mostly your strategy? So when the volatility goes up in events, for instance, when, you know, the Trump tariff event started collapsing the markets, right?
I loved it.
Is that your favorite time of trading, when volatility is just going through the roof and you've got 100-point candles in the NASDAQ every minute and it just goes crazy?
I don't look at candles. Candles are for birthday parties. I look at bar data.
What's the major difference? As somebody, I don't use candles. I don't use bars. I actually don't even use charts when I trade. I'm completely different. So teach me what you think the difference is and why you don't like candle data versus bar data. Like, what's the major difference?
I'm very old school. My eyes can't handle the red and green. I can't handle it.
Yeah, it starts to, like, over time it starts to get blurry and it's just too much to look at. It's overwhelming. Sensory overwhelming.
I can't handle the red, the green, the wicks, this, that. My eye, I'll wreck the computer. Forget it. I can't handle it. You know, I'm just okay. So Leo's asking if 2-point was, so basically, Leo, if I called the range on that 93 to 97, your stop would be 98, 99. As it would be trading higher, I would be scaling in. But in that case, I hit 94 and it started dropping. I said, just cover, boom, and then you just cancel your stop above, right? No, you always enter with people are asking about stops. You always have to have a stop in place. And as it's dropping, then you cancel the higher stop and lower your stop, you know? Like here, for example, today, I don't know if you can see my chart. We called it really, well, this was the monster short. Oh, that's Microsoft. Let me see the S&Ps here. Put the S&Ps back up. We called this short right here. Up to we were like 76 to like 81 on the short, got up to 78 1/4, and look at this drop, 20 points on the S&P. So as it's dropping here, people are just lowering their stop, okay, covering some, lowering their stop. A lot of people do what's called a runner, okay, but on a scalp they don't do that. That's a pattern right there. That's a pattern. This was the pattern. Now the 15s are getting overboard.
Which pattern are you looking for? Teach me something about your style of strategy. This is absolutely different than anything I do, so I'm very curious to learn about it.
Yeah, so basically here, if you look at the let me see what I'm doing here. If you look here, you can see that I'm getting overboard on the 15s. Again, looking at the bigger time frames, the 30s were bullish here. That's why you see this move here when the S&Ps were trading on the lows here. The positive MACD, I had a buy divergence into the positive MACD. The ADX is off. There's no big buying or selling pressure. You know, and then here on the 60-minute time frame, you're right now, you're negative still. You're negative here. This is a pretty decent bear flag here. But we'll see if this reverses to buy, taking out 661.32. That's another 10. That's another point on the S&P. Maybe another 22 points on the S&P. If this looks positive, then you're going to be in a positive trend on the underlying ETF. Now, the one thing I've told so many people is that the math on the continuous contract is a lot different than the underlying ETF, obviously, right? So the math on the continuous contract is 22 hours and 45 minutes, where the underlying ETF is 6.5 hours in a day. I calculated from 9:30 to 4. And so basically, I taught this to some of the biggest traders in the world that you need to look at the underlying ETFs when you're trading the index futures, whether it's the NASDAQ and the Qs, S&P and the spiders, gold with the GLDs, Okay.
We line up 100% with that. Actually, my style is we look at options in the underlying ETFs to map out where volume will be based on the ETF's options landscape. So I teach people exactly the same thing. We're looking at SPY when we're trading S&P futures. We're looking at QQQ when we're trading NASDAQ. Very important. I would agree 100%.
Yeah. So you know, and it's really remarkable that when they correlate, you better be going in that direction. Yesterday, for example, the GLDs, I'll just bring it up here, show you here yesterday. The GLDs were beautiful on this here. You can see how the GLDs reversed the buy here on the 30-minute. Beautiful MACD, beautiful buying pressure. That's the 30-minute. So already the 15s were already correlating. And then if you look at the 60-minute time frame here, you can see the 60s. Now I was shorting gold here because the MACDs, but now we pushed up here. I was still shorting gold this morning because if you draw your horizontal line, you tell me, did that today's high take out that previous MACD high? No.
Doesn't look like it did, no.
Right. So that's
actually,
divergence.
I'll show you what, if producer, you're going to toss my screen up really quick. I want to show GLD what it looks like over here.
Let's compare it.
Yeah, with the two different methods, it's pretty neat because what our algorithm is looking at order flow from options hedging, and you can see over to the right, it actually publishes what it thinks the direction is going to be. So from the open, it believes there's opening long pressure right out the door, and gold just opened and kept going. And so based on the options structure, gold has just a wind of long hedging that's greater than the short hedging. So there's just a natural pressure to push it up. So it's neat to see the two line up because they're coming from two completely different angles.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't look at order flow, but you can see again when gold was pushing up this morning here, I was taking some really good shorts, and then basically we had a couple good longs off the 5-minute here. Again, I'll just show you on the gold futures. So you took the short, you wait for pullbacks. If I can type right here. And again, this is the push up here on the 60-minute. But then if you look at the 5-minute time frame, this was the 5-minute time frame. Look at this beautiful bull flag here. He has one long, he has two long, he has a third long against the 15 down to 01. Boom, just ran about 5.5, 6 here. So caboose should start with a K, not a C. And again, you know, so basically, if you get 4 to 6 great trades, okay, the ADX is rising here. So again, the longs really were pretty decent on these pullbacks here. The 5 reverses to sell. You could take the long against the 15, 30, and 60. But again, you know, this is a methodology that, you know, throughout the day is constantly repeated. And so in my live stream that I host every day from 9 to 4 at SK Trading, you know, we go over all this. We go over the patterns. We go over the next setup, what I'm looking for next, and to be able for people to be consistent. Again, my goal here is for people to be successful. Not that they blow up and they go get another funded account and I get a referral or a fulfill. I don't do that nonsense. That's not what I'm about. You know, I'm too old for that, and I don't believe in it. I just really want people to. Are you in the green? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hugo made $950 today.
Very nice. Nice.
Yeah.
So do you think as a strategy for like some of the new traders in here, this may be their first time seeing you, what would you say that you recommend? Say they can buy 5 prop accounts, right, with their favorite firm. Do you think they should tie them all together and trade them as one giant entity, or should they split them up and manage the risk separately as a risk averting step?
No, I think, first of all, nobody should buy a prop account unless they know what the hell they're doing. That's one.
Yeah.
So, for example, Rick's been trading his own money, came here, wanted to learn futures. And the first thing I said to Rick was, you're going to get one account. You're not going to buy 5. He worked this whole week with me, 4 days. He was on sim. He got acclimated to the matrix, the DOM. And then I said, okay, you do this in stages, right? And then I said, now tomorrow you're going to buy one account and you're going to get it set up. And then I want to see how you do. Okay. I'm going to see how you do. And then in a week or 2 from now, then you could buy 5 accounts and link them and keep the primary account. For me, I think that, I think for me, the most important thing is that people want to rush the experience, you know,
Right.
and I don't rush the experience. You know, my father used to say to me, Rome wasn't built in a day, right?
Mhm.
Well, you know, unfortunately, a lot of people want to rush the process, and they just end up blowing up.
Yeah.
And to me, that's a no-no. You know, to me, that's just a no-no.
I love that saying. I've always put a second part to the saying, Rome wasn't built in a day, but plenty of times Rome was destroyed in a day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 94 and a half, 95 and a half, 96 and a half, something like that.
So a lot of traders, in your opinion, rush the process. They jump in too deep and they just waste money. They blow up, and then they just never gain anything from the process.
And then they say,
right?
well, it's okay. I just lost $60 on the funded account. Well, $60. I mean, but why? You're just gambling. Like I said to you, Hendricks, come. So I must have seen probably about 100 people. I'm sorry, maybe, yeah. I would say a good 30 people who have blown between 50 and 100 accounts. And I don't even know what they're doing. Like, what are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking? It makes no sense to me here at all. You know, like even during the night session, I'm teaching people. And you know, for me, I think the most important thing is that, you know, you learn from someone like myself. You know, you learn the methodology, you learn the setups, you understand the terminology, and then it starts flowing, right? And then because everything I do is based upon visualization and repetition. So you basically need to you definitely need to focus on what's in front of you. You trade what you see. I have zero opinion. Do I think the market's going to 5,700? I do, but doesn't mean it's going to happen today.
Speaking of that, earlier you said you were fundamentally bearish in this market, right? So in general, I'm kind of curious what your mindset is. The last 3 days, we've seen a lot of kind of counter trend against good news. What is your thought overall as to why 5,700 is a target? And also, like, what do you think is going to propagate this market to sell off? Like, fundamentally, what do you think's going on behind the scenes? The market's been shaking up a little bit this week, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the market's almost right back up. I mean, you got the daily now, maybe get a turn up here. You can already fill this gap here, right here. Okay, you got gaps here. I mean, I'm an old timer, so I know that these gaps are going to get filled here. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, you got the monster gap here, this gap right here, 5650, almost 5,600. Okay, and these gaps will get filled. This gap will get filled. This gap will get filled. Okay, where else? Let's see, that gap already got filled. This gap got filled. So there's like 4 major gaps below the market right now that are going to get filled. You even see this pattern right here. This gap just got filled on the upside just now. So now you got and see, here's the big problem here. The big problem the market's going to have is you're making new highs here, and the MACDs cannot confirm on the dailies here. Okay, if you see that, and I think you have a lot of overhead resistance here. I think the market's going to be headed for a fall. I think the complacency level is through the roof. You can see here you're 331, almost 32 points above the 10-bar moving average. Right off the bat, that's 320 S&P handles.
Is that a daily chart?
It's a weekly.
That's a weekly. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So 30 points off of the weekly 10-period moving average.
10-bar weighted, right?
So, is it linear weighted or exponential weighted? What kind of weighting do you?
Exponentially weighted.
Okay.
So here, and you know, so basically you're and then look at the monthly here. You can see the monthly. I mean, this is a monster bear flag here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is your 84. That's 840 points just to touch this 10-bar moving average. Right. So normally you can see how the market hovers near the 10-bar or goes above it, and you can see this is, and again, the aberration that we had back in April when they tested 4,800. You can see, and then they rallied right back up. Okay. I just think that the market is way overextended here. And if people are long stocks, I mean cash or selling a lot of options against the current positions, but for me, I think that, the higher they go, the harder they're going to fall. And I applaud the pullback because I think it's going to be a great opportunity. And then if that does happen, let's just say you get to your 5,700 level. Again, people are like, well, what's going to cause that? Everything's hunky-dory. Yeah, you just never know, right? I've been in this game a long time. And then what you do is you'll take the measured move. Let's say 5,700, you tack it on to the high of 6,750, whatever the high was. Now you're looking 7,750. So that's, look at the S&P's drop, Hugo.
I got it.
Good job, Hugo. Hugo's on fire here. Hugo's on fire on the shorts. You know, again, you know, people, MyFundedFutures, look, I've known Luke a long time, and for me, you guys, it's a great, great opportunity. You guys are great customer service, the integrity of the way you guys are, you know, it's a great prop firm. You guys do so good. I mean, 415 giveaways in 12 business days. That's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anybody who's done that. Last night we did 150K core account giveaway. Luke is like, all right, if we have 1,000 views, now we did, you know, alert people for 2 or 3, well, actually 2 days on it. And the audience wanted it. And we had about 1,150 and almost you know, 1 out of every 11 won, you know, and that's damn good, you know? And so, and I mean, I don't know anybody doing that per se.
No.
You know?
It's very generous of them. They do really well taking care of the community, obviously bringing on, you know, heavy hitting traders with great educational opportunities. And the audience here is absolutely spoiled.
Yeah, no, I mean, Luke is a gem, you know, I know him and Jason from the days of Benzinga, and, you know, Luke is just lives and breathes this. And, you know, look, I mean, the guy's sitting home and, he's working with me at night, and, you know, neither of us have to do this, you know, but we do it because we really love it. It's a lot of fun. I get to meet a lot of new people, and people really, you know, I love when I hear people who are doing extremely well, and people that are just, you know, coming to me for, you know, asking for help, and, you know, that definitely want the input, and, you know, definitely wants the ability to this gold just rallied $10 off that 15. You know, for me, I think there's nothing greater than to meet new people. Like even Luke said it last night, he met so many great people. You know, for me, I think to be able to engage with people, to help them. And a lot of people trade by themselves, which is a big no-no per se. And it gives people the ability to really be part of something. Like I have my community, and my trading community, everybody helps each other. We talk. It's an atmosphere. It's a, you know, it's great when people are able to be in a situation that allows them to be part of something, to be able to engage, to ask questions. My member community, they can have a Discord where people can talk to me, ask me questions. I hope you shorted it again. Don't tell me to on your hands on that. And then, you know, for me, it, you know, and then seeing, I mean, literally, I must have posted today, just so many people just really knocking the ball out of the park. And I think that, to me, is why I do this every single day. It gives me a lot of great joy. And being with a prop firm like MyFundedFutures, just, you know, being on with you on Friday here, you know, to me, you can see, you know, the enormous amount of opportunities even on scalping in and out 1 to 3 handles on the S&Ps or NASDAQ really can move the needle here. You know what I'm saying? And just to, you know, to pass your evals and or be able to, you know, just be consistent every single day.
What would you say in a general practice for a trader struggling to get ahead? Obviously, with like your, you know, you just this endless amounts of wisdom and experience, what would you say is the best way for a new trader to become consistent in whatever approach it is they're doing, whatever they're trying to trade? Like, what is a good takeaway? Because we're getting towards the end of the segment here. Q&A would be kind of cool. We can take some questions from the audience. That's one of the questions that I was going to ask you first, was that what would you give somebody advice on consistency? How can they become consistent in their approach?
Okay, so the first thing I think you need to do is to really understand the technology in front of you. Look at these S&Ps just dropped 4. Did you get short? No, I didn't. Why not? Hit 95.5 again. Basically, I think the first thing you need to do is to learn how to paper trade, learn how to use. So I'll give you a great story. Okay. And I think this might answer the story. So a guy comes to me and says to me, Stevie, I'm tired of trading options. Look at these S&Ps. Okay. He said, I'm tired of trading options. Can you help me? I sure, I'll help you. What do you want to know? I want to learn futures. I have a big account. And I said, okay, so you're not going to trade prop? He goes, nope. He said, I want to learn my own account. I said, okay. So I teach him futures, blah, 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 3 or 4 nights. I said, what's the next thing I do? I said, I need you to learn how to execute on the matrix or the ladder or the DOM, whatever you want to call it. He said, okay, I'm going to do that for 3 days. Boom. He's part of my live stream every single day. And then he says, okay, I'm going to take your ranges and I'm going to scale into the ranges. I'm going to practice using micros on sim. And I want to be able to then see what methodology I like, how to scale in. Is every 1, is every 1 1/4, is every 1.5, whatever. I said, great. He did that for 3 days. So 6 days of trying. So as he's an accountant, he's just practicing on the sim, just getting the hand-eye coordination. The next 3 days after that, he's taking my ranges, scaling in and scaling out. He calls me up. He said, I'm ready to go. I said, good luck. Let's do it. Live money now. Calls me up at the end of 5 days. Steve, I made $7,000. I said, unbelievable. Next week, calls me up, made $9,000. He averages between 600, depending on his work schedule, $600 to $2,000 a day. Very consistent. So anybody who's new, there's a path here. There's a journey here. For those of you who are just going to go buy a prop account and just go boom into it, okay, is the wrong approach, right? There's a right approach and the wrong approach. And the methodology is one thing, but on top of that, you have to remember that there's a learning curve to understanding how the game is played, right? And I think that's what people miss a lot of times. And this comes from experience point of view, you know? And I think what people, look at this, Keith Singleton, he's up 388. Good job. Good job. See, I love when, I mean, you got to see the YouTube at night when what people, I take pictures of, it just brings me such unbelievable joy when I see people like, you know, hitting and making money on ideas and just trading all day long. And you know, when you got someone with, you know, of my 43 years of experience, and I've seen it all, I see some crazy markets and everything. And hey, Denny's on. So Denny's 12 for 12 on the overnights. He's made money every night that we've been on. So I don't know, nice. Denny, you making money today, Denny? And you know, but again, I think a great question for a beginner, you need to paper trade. You need to find someone like myself or me or whoever, be part of a live stream, be able to learn, be able to understand the terminology, the methodology, understand the charts, understand the technicals, because I do not look at fundamentals, and then be able to really just, you know, then once you're comfortable, right? And then you go and you buy a couple prop accounts from there.
Right.
Just don't go, you know, balls in, as they say.
Yeah.
You know,
that's great. That's great advice.
Hey, Denny's green. There you go, Denny.
Nice job, Denny. Okay, a couple more questions, Steven.
Yeah.
Random questions. Hot sauce or ketchup? That's what somebody's asking. Ketchup. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I gotta say, I'm Cajun, so I gotta go with the hot sauce. That's my take on it. But ketchup is also really good. It's hard to choose. All right. Let's see. How long to learn this way of trading for an absolute? Okay. So about how long should an absolute beginner say that it takes for them to learn? Like I always believe like learning is in steps. You can learn something very quickly, but apply it is another stage, and then mastering is another stage. Those 3 questions: how long does it take to learn a strategy like yours? How long to apply it? And then how long do you think to master it?
Okay, so number one, that's a great question. The answer is, first of all, how many hours in a day can someone participate? That's the
Say
first
that they can spend an hour a day because maybe they still have a job, and maybe they go in an hour late and they work an hour late,
I would
and
say
then they do
within
their
2
trading in the
weeks.
morning or something, you know.
Just I would say I would say that it's probably if you're in this, I would say if you're doing an hour a day, about a month. About a
Okay.
month. If you could step up to the plate and do 2 to 3, I would say anywhere from 10 to 15 days. 10 to 15 days.
Mhm.
And I think that's, and again, remember one thing, everybody has a different learning. I hope you short 95 and a halves. How could you not short that again? You go.
I have a question about it.
Why? The 15s are overbought into a negative trend. What are you doing? All right. Anyway, Hugo's getting me ticked. But I think that you see your confidence is up, needs to be improved. I think that people really need to understand that everybody has a different learning curve, right?
Mhm.
And I think that to me is where it all stems from. Some people say to me, Steve, I have some time, but I struggle on learning. No problem. Some people take 6 months, like my friend Dave just texted me here. Some people take 6 months. Everybody's different. But again, it just depends on the amount of time that you're and the amount of effort that you're going to put into this,
Sure.
So, again, I think one of the most important things is that what people need to focus on is the true understanding that when you have a live stream, someone with 43 years of experience, I answer questions, I teach, I'm doing live trading, I'm explaining the patterns. This could actually go by far something bigger than greater than what they're expecting, because this is you need the guidance. You need the guidance, and I think a lot of people don't understand the importance of the guidance and the learning skill.
Sure, that's a great answer. Okay, a couple more. So this is again, these are longer answers because these are more detailed questions, but this is from Mr. Cheese World. Says, what do you consider the single most important habit? And just as a brief answer, because we're going to run out of time. That separates a profitable trader from those who fail. What is the one thing that you think is the most important of all habits that will make a trader fail? What do they do wrong in general?
Lack of discipline.
I would agree. I think that's it.
Lack of discipline. This is Max just said it even as I was saying it. Okay, lack of discipline. Okay, I'm telling you, like, I am the most disciplined person. Because don't forget, I also played college and college football. I played sports. I was picked up by the Mets out of high school. So I mean, I basically would say that discipline by far is the critical point of trading. Also, the second thing I think is important is the overall mindset. Okay, don't overthink. One of the greatest coaches of all time, Chuck Noll of the Pittsburgh Steelers, made a comment once back when I was a big Steeler fan in the 70s, and he said, "Ready for this one? When you think, you stink.
When you think, you stink." Yeah.
Okay. You got to be loosey goosey. You got to be. When my son used to get up when we were playing baseball, and he was on the number 2 or 3 team in the country and travel baseball. I get out of the car. I said, Steven, loosey goosey, have fun. Don't think. See the ball, hit it. That's it.
He's so disciplined that it's natural. You don't even have to think about the application. It's just like riding a bike. You just know what to do.
Yeah, you just got to get on that bike. I mean, do you, like, when you get a bike out of the garage and you just hop on it, do you think? No, right? You just got on the bike and go. It's got to be that natural. I think what people tend to do is they psych themselves out. They let emotions involved. They revenge trade. They get into all these different, categories of where they're, ultimately that they're gonna, they are being their own worst enemy.
Sure.
I literally I leave here and I walk in here, or when I don't even think, it's over. Game over, right? When I come back in the morning, I'm like, ask Ugo, I get my coffee, we're talking my hand out the window, I'm playing with my dog, I don't even think of a damn thing. I get in here, boom, different mindset. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people tend to feel the pressure that they got to constantly win all the time. How about like somebody asked me last night in the chat, who was your favorite baseball player? Well, that's not really fair to say just one. Well, my ultimate favorite was Pete Rose. He was always on base, 4,200 hits, right? And so, you know, for me, that is Hall of Fame material. Even though he still belongs in the Hall of Fame. And that's but the point is, you always want to be on base. You always want to be in the game. And I think what people tend to do is they knock themselves out of the game, right? Because of lack of discipline, lack of understanding of the markets. They think they're bigger than the market. They revenge trade, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing.
Right.
You know, I'm teaching a methodology that I firmly believe works based upon math. And when the conditions happen, we know the sequences, what to trade, and how to trade it effectively. So, you know, I've been doing this now, like I said, 43 years. And, you know, I have a live stream every day, sktrading.live. I give out my personal cell phone number to people all the time. I have a podcast. And, you know, for me, just in this, literally, if I was trading, I'd be up about 12 handles just now, in and out, just now, you know, in and out. Just trading. It's 96 and a halves, cover 94s. It's 95 and a halves, cover 93 and a halves. Just trading. I mean, it's slow. So, you know, and then when it's slow like this, you cut your size down because, you know, you don't want to short a dull market. But, you know, obviously, you know, you want to be able to be in a situation that allows yourself just to be consistent. That's
right.
it. You know, just from the time we were on in 1 hour, I probably made over 12, 14 handles on the S&P in and out. You know,
very nice.
And a lot of people, you know, should have been doing the same. Okay. And, but no, this is you know, look at them drop, Hugo. Okay. And, you know, for me, I think one of the most important things is that it's going to be 5 handles in a minute. And you're going to see that what people need to focus on and truly understand is the understanding how markets work, the mechanics of the market. I think a lot of retail traders and prop traders don't understand that. I've been doing this, like I said, for 43 years.
Yeah.
So people are asking where they can find me. Let's see, sktrading.live. I have a website, and I do give out my cell phone number, 914-500-7484. If people ever want to contact me, I love it. I love talking to people. I get people who call me from all around the world. Last night we had people from South Korea, Indonesia, Bali, all over the world, and I really applaud MyFundedFutures and for doing this night session. It's great, and I love being here, and I look to do more of these with you going forward. So
yeah, we love having you on, man. It's been quite a pleasure, and it's good to finally chat with you some time and learn a lot about your strategy and everything.
Yeah, you know, and if you want, I can pop it up on your screen and help you out, and if you're trading much, and yeah, I'm really excited about MyFundedFutures and the journey. And I think they're going to be one of the top 5, top 3 or prop firms in the country. I really do.
I think they have the lasting power to stay when others won't. You know, I think MyFundedFutures knows what the community likes. They understand the game. They understand what customers' needs are. And to me, this is why I joined the team, because I really think that they're the best. So,
no, I got to tell you, really, to be honest with you, you know, working with Luke gives me a lot of great. I mean, obviously we have history together, but meeting guys like Denny, Magnus, and meeting people. Can I just show everybody just something here really quick here? So I want to just show, this is Apple. So if we were, you know, you see here the 15-minute time frame right here. This is a great short in Apple. I was staring at it. I couldn't do anything. If I was in my live stream, I would have been calling shorts in Apple. You're making new highs here. You can see the MACDs are non-confirming on the 15, and look at the 60-minute time frame. This is a sell divergence. The MACDs are not confirming on the 60 on the new intraday high. These are sell divergences, and all my strategies are based upon divergences. And you can see here, Apple is in a positive trend. So people are like, well, why would you short Apple in a positive trend? Because, well, basically the strategy is written, whereas you have the ability, okay, to take advantages of both long and or shorts. Okay.
Yeah, it's great advice. Well, we appreciate having you on, Steven. This
great-
is
great to finally meet you.
This is yeah, you too. This is getting to the end, guys. We appreciate having the legend himself on here, Steven Kalajian. We love having him around. Now, all of you guys, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. We are wrapping up for the day, and y'all enjoy your weekend. I'll be live on YouTube for the rest of the afternoon. If you guys want to come hang out and chill, chat, whatever, I'll be doing some trades later on. But we really appreciate you, Steven, for coming on over.
Yeah, and text me. We'll talk later. It's great to meet you. Really, finally. Great
Yeah, I'd love to, man. I'll give you a we'll chat sometime, maybe over the weekend or next week. I love to call you and just talk shop and stuff, man.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Have a great weekend,
Guys,
everybody. Okay, God bless and God bless United States of America. Take care, everybody.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen, trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze, the cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.